Ukraine, man. Yeah. Hey, Cosm. Honestly, I was... God, I'm dying. I was genuinely hoping to, like, take a break today from the Ukraine coverage. But then... we're doing, like, a LIB Praxis about Ukraine tonight, so it's going to be the subject of the whole stream, basically. We shall see. Yeah, I was catching up a bit on the memes. Breaking Praxis. Yeah, breaking news Praxis. Someone posted this earlier in streams. Holy shit, this interaction.
Daniel McAdams, just take a bit of a chill pill. I didn't even address the question to you. Relax. Calm down.
I don't want to relax. My country is
well
at
then,
war.
Well, Mr. McAdams, if you are so concerned, about Ukrainians, then hang on. Mr. McAdams, if you're so concerned about if you're so concerned about Ukraine, get off the fence and send your forces and put boots on the ground. Don't lecture us here in India, okay? I'm not going to hear your lecture. And if you have really problems, go tell go tell the US President, Mr. Biden, who flashes, who flashes his fancy credentials. Don't, Mr. McAdams, tonight. Don't, Mr. McAdams, tonight play the cat's paw for the West here. Do not do that. We have no, hang on. You ask those Afghans. You ask those Afghans what they have gone through falling off planes because you dumped them. You ask the African nations because you dumped them. You go ask millions and millions of Iraqi citizens because you dumped them. You people and your colonial agenda, sir, has wrecked the South, has wrecked the East, and don't sit here and lecture us. Don't sit here and lecture us, Mr. McAdams. We shut him down.
I'm not talking. It's the other guy who's talking. I haven't been able to say a word.
Yeah, absolutely. The man has gone completely ballistic. And if he feels so strongly, he should go and fight alongside Ukrainians who are being killed.
I have not, dear host, I have not said a word yet. I don't know why you're yelling at me.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm talking about Mr. McAdams. I'm talking about Mr. McAdams.
I am Mr. McAdams.
This is such a fucking shit show.
And I haven't said a word, so stop yelling at me.
Okay, sorry. I got that confused.
The Ukrainian guy who's going nuts, okay? Not me.
Yes, I got that. That's Borden Nahalo, the chief.
Imagine you're a fucking you're fucking interviewing on TV and you can't even let people talk to point out that you're talking to the wrong fucking person. Jesus Christ. I don't... This is such bad journalism. I mean, obviously there was the mistake from the
Daniel McAdams,
from whoever's put the names and stuff. Doesn't matter though. He had conviction and passion. Hey, hey, DRPLPR, how are you doing? Like, Jesus Christ. Alright, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on Thursday he believed some foreign leaders were preparing for war against Russia, and that Moscow would press on with its military operation in Ukraine until the end. Lavrov also said that Russia had no thoughts of nuclear war. Offering no evidence to back up his remarks in an interview with state television, a week after Russia invaded Ukraine, he also accused Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, an ethnic Jew, of presiding over a society where Nazism is flourishing. He said he had no doubt that a solution to the crisis in Ukraine would be found, and a new round of talks were about to start between Ukrainian and Russian officials. But he said Russia's dialogue with the West must be based on mutual respect, accused NATO of seeking to maintain supremacy, and said that while Russia had a lot of goodwill, it could not let anyone undermine its interests. Moscow would not let Ukraine keep infrastructure that threatened Russia, he said. I guess residential buildings are threatening Russia. Moscow could also not tolerate what he said was a military threat from Ukraine, he said, adding that he was convinced that Russia was right over Ukraine. How do you prove that you aren't going to do nuclear war? What the fuck kind of question is that? Do you actually think that Western leaders want the end of the world? The thought of nuclear is constantly spinning in the heads of Western politicians, but not in the heads of Russians, he said. I assure you that we will not allow any kind of provocation to imbalance us. Russia did not feel politically isolated, and the question of how Ukraine lives should be defined by its people, he said. Ukrainian officials have accused Russian forces of hitting civilian areas, but Lavrov said Russian troops had strict orders to use high-precision weapons to destroy military infrastructure. Offering no evidence, Lavrov said Russia had information that the US was worried about the prospect of losing control over what he described as chemical and biological laboratories in Ukraine, and accused Britain of building military bases there. I'm really looking forward to LIB Praxis. Looks like you really did your homework for this one. Yeah, for once. Alright, what's this video, Magic Turtle? It's unavailable in my country! Oh no. I really need to, I need to set up a VPN. This actually isn't funny. This is really annoying. Comments are turned off. I can't even see who posted the video. This is weird. Yeah, it might be the interview source for the article. Oh, is it like a Russia Today thing? Maybe they like blocked Russia Today. It's an RT clip, which is probably why. Yeah, probably. Get a NordVPN sponsor. I could use that, actually, yeah. God damn, this is why this is the part of the whole censorship stuff that I really fucking hate. Yeah. Wait, today's the Praxis? Oh no, I'll be busy doing anything. Well, I imagine you'll stop being busy once it's done, so, you know, we'll get to talk a bit anyways. Ah, man. Is there at least, like, a transcript of, or, like, a video of the interview on Reuters or something? This is stupid. Give me that link. I can't even see, comments are turned off and like everything's turned off. I can't even see the breaking news. There are fan fictions with Putin and Zelensky. I imagine it's an hour long. The video I linked had translated and easily clipped up into question answers. Okay. And I don't know if the context really changes things. When Lavrov is accusing the US of having chemical and biological laboratories in Ukraine. Ukraine News, then Ukraine on LIB Praxis, and then Ukraine News, and after that sleeping and dreaming about Ukraine. Yeah, no, I seriously, I forgot that LIB Praxis this week was going to be about Ukraine. I wanted to take a break from the coverage, dude. I really did. I don't know how valuable the actual speech is. I want to know it just to get a clear idea of like what's Russia's foreign policy at this point. But like denying hitting civilian areas, claiming chemical and biological laboratories, and like UK military bases, it's delusional. Did you see a university in Milan try to ban Dostoevsky? Seriously? How fucking stupid. College backtracks on banning teaching Dostoevsky because he's Russian. Okay, so they at least they backtracked it. At least they backtracked it, but this is really fucking stupid. The Russophobia is really bad, honestly. Dostoevsky has nothing to do. Sorry, I got nothing. No worries. Gotta love Lavrov. Lavrov is a piece of shit, dude. Like saying he's making a joke, he's a professional troll, when he's literally representing his country. So what? So when Russia takes like Western leaders, like when Western leaders say things and Russia reacts to them, that's normal. But when Russia says things, we're supposed to think, oh no, he's a troll. Like, come on, dude. Also, if you watched on stream, it might block your YouTube stream. Damn. You can try a YouTube proxy, maybe. Because Dostoevsky's so pro-Putin. This is fucking insane, yeah. But like excusing Lavrov's statements by saying he's a troll, that doesn't work. No. That is bullshit, DRPLPR. Oh, yeah, I can't watch Russia Today. I cannot watch Russia Today links, dude. A major point he was making was that Russia wants to be involved in the European security state, and they feel offended by NATO's expansion and lack of diplomatic progress from their perspective. Yeah, well, that's the stuff we've been talking about on this stream for ever since the beginning. That is very clearly Russia's perspective on what's happening. Can't wait for the moment they'll try to ban Solzhenitsyn. Oh no, I'm dropping frames. Okay, no, never mind, we're back. Lavrov is literally trolling the West by saying that you guys made WMD labs in Ukraine. It's obviously a joke about the WMDs in Iraq. Maybe, and if it is, it's still really fucking stupid. How the fuck am I supposed to know he's trolling or not? How the fuck is the Russian propaganda machine that's going to repeat that? I don't know, man. Like I've like, you've been in chat for a while. You're obviously pro-Russian. I don't share your confidence on this, and I certainly don't share your hilarity. If anything, I expect a bit more. Not to mention the whole like, oh yeah, we don't attack civilian targets, you know? Yeah. I'm anti-NATO, but not pro-Russian, but it's all the same nowadays, eh? You've been like actually saying pro-Russian stuff, not just anti-NATO. But yes, you can be anti-NATO and not be pro-Russian, sure. But that's not the stance you've been defending in my chat. Going around this block might be illegal in your country because you're restreaming it. That's true as well. Yeah, I might just have to watch it off stream. That is true. God, I don't like this. I was watching Russian news outlets today, got this feeling my Western news might feel all lies to the Russian person who have relied on the Russian media for a long time. To be fair, I don't know if that actually is illegal or not, though. Let's see. France, Russia Today ban. Let's EU officially boots Russia's Russia Today. Let's see what the ban actually consists of. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced Sunday that Kremlin-backed RT, formerly known as Russia Today and Sputnik, would be banned in the EU. We will ban the Kremlin's media machine in the EU. The state-owned Russia Today and Sputnik and their subsidiaries will no longer be able to spread their lies to justify Putin's war. Evening, Castraz. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm not sure how this works. Like, if the ban is on the channel itself. No, the DRPLPR, when he's saying Limfeo, the censorship, he's talking about the censorship here in the country, that that the Russia Today YouTube channel was banned. I don't think he's feeling censored by me. I'm not, no one's censoring him. Yeah. Okay, let's Google this. Is it legal to restream Russia Today, France? I can still just directly go on Russia Today webpage. I can literally just read Russia Today articles on the Russia Today webpage. It's just YouTube. You're the only liberal on Twitch who doesn't ban us for dissent. It's because you're respectful, man. You're not like spamming the chat. We disagree on some things, but you're respectful. I don't mind the dissent. No. I have banned people who came in and like tried to derail the whole stream though. I appreciate it. But they use YouTube on their site still, right? I guess so, maybe. Let's see. There's like a yeah, they use YouTube on their YouTube embeds on their site. Absolutely. Wow. Honestly, I want to let's see if it works. Maybe Vimeo. Like the part of this that is kind of fucked up is that we're not sitting here talking about try again later. What? The fuck? I'm a bot. I'm not a human being. Oh no, unusual traffic. Leak Lannon. The fuck is going on? Okay, let's try again. Refresh. Paste the YouTube video in. IP leaked. Wait, that's not my IP. It's the proxy IP. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's a proxy IP. That's not my IP. Bus. God, I hate it's so slow too. May God help Palestinian innocent civilians. Yeah. You have been made AI robot to alienate you. Yeah, I know. Hope the best for those affected by war. I agree. Any more buses? No, I think we're done. Traffic. Oh no. Stop. I've had this happen before where they keep asking for like for like they do the quiz like 10 times. Oh, we passed it. Never mind. Oh no, why am I doing this? When is LIB Praxis? In 30 minutes. I'm surely not human, yeah. The Russian state media has your IP, they're on the way. Training the Google neural networks. Yeah. I guess that's all I have left in life. Training Google neural networks. Cars. Maybe it'll work eventually, maybe. Even Zuck did it on Lex's podcast. You'll be streamed from a gulag next. Yeah. Oh yeah, this it's not working. It's actually not working. Fuck. Man, I'll set up a VPN or something, because this is fucked up. Like, it's not. I don't want to be. Please select all enemy combatants in the volume image. I don't want to be restreaming. It's not that I want to be restreaming Russia Today, like from a pure propaganda perspective. It's I want to analyze stuff like Lavrov's speech, or like analyze Lavrov's like hear the context. The RPLPR is saying he's been facetious. He's trolling when he talks about like WMDs in Ukraine. That we would know if we listen to the context, if we actually heard the context, like how the question was asked and how he responds. Just seeing the text, we don't get that context. So how fucked are we today? Apparently we can't watch. And we knew Russia Today was getting banned, but I didn't realize it was gonna prevent me from ever seen any like from being able to see interviews of the Russian politicians and stuff. But yeah, the legal justification for banning all pro-Kremlin TV channels is quite interesting. As they broadcast Putin's war speech, they violated the "Don't incite violence" clause. Over here, I mean, of course. Interesting. I wonder what's the justification for in France. Yeah. Is it possible to hijack RSS or overflow? And we can consult the articles. We can actually just read the text articles, but we can't watch the videos that are on YouTube. Also, hello Aureliano. I could also just download and send over Discord. Yeah, I guess. Really, we need Putin to free Europe from this censorship and tyranny. God. Video channel in Discord? Alright, thanks. Let's open with VLC. I'm here also to bug you from all sides. Perfect.
But NATO is even dragging neutral nations into its schemes like EU member states and Switzerland. The mobility program forces Austria, Sweden and Finland to provide their transport capabilities to NATO to move its armed forces. This, NATO-centric, approach is becoming omnipresent, and the EU meekly agrees to be an obedient appendix of the alliance despite loathing its role and declaring that Europe needs strategic autonomy.
So, I don't... This is something I've seen said a lot, that NATO states are like puppets of NATO. This is just not true. NATO states have time and time again had their own foreign policy and made their own decisions. With or against NATO. Obviously, they're not non-aligned, but the framing that Lavrov gives on that is just disingenuous.
Then Ukraine, under President Yanukovych, simply decided to take a short pause before signing the association agreement with the EU, because it contradicted the already existing free trade area agreement in the Commonwealth of Independent States.
So my understanding is this, this is already rewriting history. My understanding is Yanukovych actually refused. Yanukovych wasn't was blocking the process at the Kremlin's behest. Saying he just wanted a pause is kind of disingenuous as well. That being said, when we went over the Mearsheimer and McFall discussions over what the West's role in what's happened, I did find the language of Ukraine's EU deal to be perhaps like a bit too strong. They could have gone a bit further in the compromise, and maybe would have been more palatable for the Kremlin. I'll concede that.
And when that happened, the Maidan protests were orchestrated from Brussels. They did it because Yanukovych realized that it was necessary to harmonize trade with Russia, the Commonwealth of India.
I'm pretty sure Brussels had nothing to do with them. What we do know is that there was like a US-backed organization that was financing political parties that were against Yanukovych, and also that US ambassadors, the diplomats were negotiating behind the scenes for who would be taking up positions in the government after the coup. The idea that countries like Belgium or Latvia are equal members of NATO with the USA is also not true. Sure, even though on paper votes are equal, yes, they're not. They don't wield the same power within NATO. But there's a difference between making the decisions within NATO and having NATO make decisions for you. NATO can't force Belgium or Latvia to do things in foreign policy outside of the, strictly speaking, defensive pact.
Independent states in Europe. That was the only reason. The protests turned into a violent conflict in February 2014. Yanukovych was willing to stop this, and he signed the agreement on the settlement of the political crisis in Ukraine, promising that he would organize an early election, which he would not.
If saying Yanukovych was trying to appease the protests is also kind of a disingenuous framing. Yanukovych was violently repressing the protests. Police were opening fire on protesters. The protests had there are deaths at the protests. This is kind of false too.
Not have won. Poland, France, and Germany were the guarantors of that agreement. After the opposition staged a coup and trampled over these agreements, the guarantors just stayed silent, didn't say anything, or even welcomed these putschists taking power. President Zelensky came to power under the banner of peace, promising to save the lives of both Ukrainians and Russians. At the end of the day, however, he succumbed to the same anti-Russian sentiment as the Poroshenko government before him. He referred to the people of the Donbass as animals, just like Prime Minister Yatsenyuk under Poroshenko, who called them non-humans.
If true, that's really fucked up. I don't know how true that is though. But if true, that is really fucked up. A president should never refer to people of his own country as and I honestly shouldn't refer to anyone as subhumans. But yeah, I saw we saw the DRP LPR the bullets being greased with pig fat. Yeah, that's fucked up too. That and like the people cheering it on, it is fucked up. It's a weird thing to see happen. So if what Lavrov is saying here is true, I actually agree with him. That's definitely a very poor showing from Zelensky.
We saw him stand idly by as a bloody war continued against his own people. He essentially lied to everyone when he promised.
His exact quote was, "They are attacking Ukrainians like wild animals." See, that's also why I'm expressing doubt. Like, let's fact check things. I shouldn't let Lavrov speak without fact checking. That is fair as well. Zelensky quote, attacking Ukrainians like wild animals. Because like the context of the word animals does matter, yeah. If that... If that's what he said, then that's not what Lavrov is accusing him of saying. Yeah, I'm not sure if he said it another time, but let's just search quote animals. Ukraine, sure. Okay, we need to force it to include animals in the search. I'm only getting like very recent articles. Yeah. My face when I get cancelled because I called Neyman an animal when the exact quote is, "You were such an animal in bed last night." Yeah. On the one hand, it's good to see the latest news when you're searching for news about Ukraine, and on the other hand, it's hard to find like the older news now, the old quotes and such. Donbass, maybe. You can filter to older results and tools. Oh, I didn't know that. That's good to know. What would you do now, being a long-time Russian work immigrant in Europe? What would I do? If I was a long-time Russian work immigrant in Europe, I would probably want to stay in Europe rather than going back to Russia. I would be worried also for my family, like because it would be hard to send money back to my family. So, oh wait, no, this is wrong. I need to. Guess we can go back. Oh, come on. Like, okay, what's the form? Let's go back to like 2015. To say like 1/31/2021, for example, or yeah. This might be hard to find. Also, the poor Russian troops are really in a pickle. They cannot desert, give up, or stop. All options are the possibility of them or their loved ones dead. Yeah, they can give up. It's like the rules of war. You're allowed to surrender. But desertion is punished. Yes. I'm not finding either quote going all the way back to 2008 in any news article. Yeah, I know he was not a president in 2014. I guess I should change the... Yeah, I guess I should change the dates, true. When was he elected again? It's sure, if they surrender, they can never go back. I hope that's not the case. That would be... that would kind of... I don't know if that would actually be a literal war crime, but it would definitely be against the intent of the law on war crimes. If people surrender and are prisoners of war, you usually actually want to get them back. You don't... You know what I mean? They haven't deserted. They're prisoners. The distinction might not matter that much if they surrender without fighting in practice, but it is an important distinction. Yeah, there's no Zelensky quotes in here. All right, we're gonna stay skeptical on Lavrov's quote there. Okay, unfortunately, we can't find the original one.
To bring back order, when he signed countless deals with Donbass representatives and then violated those agreements without batting an eye. For 8 years, we've been appealing to the collective conscience of the West while desperately trying to reason with Zelensky's government, which has developed all the hallmarks of an ultra-radical, neo-Nazi regime.
So the main problem I have with how Lavrov is framing it here is he's building this narrative where Zelensky was single-handedly betraying the Donbas insurgents, whereas on the other hand we also have the reality that Russia was supporting them and egging them on. Like I've seen this people like pick up Mearsheimer's argument to blame the West for the situation in Ukraine. What about Russia literally incentivizing people to fight to the death in eastern Ukraine? I'm not confused. Normally, when we look into things, one side or the other is there, but rarely are neither present upon search. Yeah, it's a bit weird that we can't find like any trace of it at all. It definitely makes me doubt Lavrov a bit. Not that I was very inclined to believe everything he said, but sorry, using speech to text and have a stuffed nose. No worries.
And the West failed to stop it. Honestly, I don't even think the West was trying to stop it.
But Russia was egging it on.
Ukraine has always been a tool to contain Russia, even before 2014.
And we can flip it around. And Ukraine has been a tool to contain NATO. Like unless you believe there's justification, either the blood and soil arguments or the buffer state / Lebensraum type arguments. This is hypocritical, but to be fair, like most people who are pro-Russian do buy into those arguments that that Russia deserves to have like a buffer.
This entire situation has come about because the West refused to recognize that Russia has equal rights in constructing the European security architecture. This is also supported by the reaction of leading NATO countries, the United States in particular, to the initiatives put forward by President Putin last December. So
the reality is, and that's kind of what we saw with like reviewing the history with the Mearsheimer's analysis and McFall's analysis. It is a problem. It is a problem that we've basically tried to construct Europe without Russia's interests at heart, or at least trying to negotiate with Russia. However, it is also a problem that Russia considers that it has a say in other countries' self-determination. At the end of the day, the US has been a better ally to Europe, even to Eastern Europe. So it is an understandable choice. It would have been up to the Kremlin to make a showing of good faith and to endear itself to Europe, I would argue.
Back then, he talked about the need to act in good faith and honor one's agreements. More specifically, he was referring to the idea that any country, even when it chooses to join a military alliance, must never pursue any policy that would infringe on the security of any other country. That was a commitment approved and signed by the presidents and heads of government of all OSCE countries, and it is also enshrined in NATO-Russia Council documents.
So I have yet to understand in what way pre this situation, pre-Crimea, in what way NATO is actually threatening Russia. I understand that Russia perceives it as a threat, but is it actually a threat? I still don't believe it. But I do understand that Lavrov full-heartedly believes that NATO is a threat to Russia. And that should have been, at the very least, taken into account.
The West has flat out refused to comply with this principle. Then we heard President Zelensky say that if Russia continues pushing Ukraine to fulfill some of its obligations, he would consider the option of Ukraine restarting its nuclear weapons program. That was a step too far.
Wait, what?
President Zelensky say that if Russia continues pushing Ukraine to fulfill some of its obligations, he would consider the option of Ukraine restarting its nuclear weapons program.
Wow. Is that true? Ukraine, Zelensky, nuclear program. Maybe the Wikipedia page is going to have... Oh, there it is. Ukraine may seek nuclear weapons if left out of NATO in 2021. Kyiv's ambassador to Germany calls on the Transatlantic Security Alliance to grant Ukraine long-sought membership. A Ukrainian diplomat has reportedly warned Kyiv may be forced to acquire nuclear weapons to safeguard the country's security if NATO does not accede to its membership demand. Okay. This is Al Jazeera. This is trustworthy. Andriy Melnik, Ukraine's ambassador to Germany, suggested that President Volodymyr Zelensky's administration was weighing up all possible options as fear mount over a possible escalation of hostilities. Sadly, it's something we've discussed. This would not be happening if Ukraine had held on to their nuclear weapons. The Budapest Memorandum, in hindsight, was a failure.
That was a step too far. They have the capabilities in terms of technology and equipment. President Putin spoke about this, and so did our experts. But I can assure you we won't let them.
So an ambassador has said it, and Zelensky is blamed. That is fair. I also dislike when people mix up the leader and the government. Like, a more correct way would be saying Kyiv was discussing nuclear weapons, or Ukraine. But it's okay. It's an abusive language, but it's also okay. I don't see that as dishonest from Lavrov's part, honestly. And while that does still paint Ukraine badly, it may have been posturing too. Probably, but they still chose to put that on the table publicly. It is what it is. The Budapest Memorandum was a failure only because of one certain party. Yeah.
It's astonishing to hear what European and especially German politicians are saying now about their duty. Take Germany. My counterpart Ms. Baerbock said, as quoted by various media outlets, that Germany simply had to supply Ukraine with weapons, considering its historical responsibility. What does that mean? Does Germany recognize it as its duty and historical responsibility to support neo-Nazis? That's a strange connection there. And
Yes, Germany supports Ukraine because they're neo-Nazis. That's a fucking good one. Oh shit. Okay, I need some water for this. Oh no. I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Yo, thanks for the follow, Cyber Tactics. How are you doing? Okay, you know what, DRPLPR, I think I'm starting to see what you meant by saying Lavrov is a troll.
Ursula von der Leyen said that today the EU and Ukraine are closer than ever. Meaning what? I guess it means that if you're a Russophobe, a fascist or a neo-Nazi, you're free to do anything you want. This is the reaction to Russia restoring justice in Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, Russia's doing what they want. I agree. So one of Putin's generals that was sat in the room with him a few days ago when he said he was putting nukes on high alert is now dead, shot by a sniper in Ukraine, according to Putin. Seems a bit fishy to me. I don't know. I haven't heard about that. Prize in the Reichstag.
But has there been anything remotely like this when hundreds of thousands of Iraqis, Libyans and Syrians were dying at the hands of the US and their enlightened democratic allies who sent their troops to fight wars thousands of miles away from their own borders? So for the US...
A troll is putting it too nicely. I agree. Okay, so this is an argument we've addressed several times. Yes, the US has done its fair share of realpolitik. So couching its actions in idealism and liberal and the ideology of liberal democracy is eminently hypocritical. There's no denying that. Here you go. Okay. Check it out after.
A small vial and a claim that it's a national security threat was enough to justify the Iraq invasion. The US and Iraq, the US and Libya or Syria, they're so far away, and yet the US feels it has the right to do these things. No.
Ironically, though, once again, Lavrov is kind of rewriting history a little bit. Russia, whether under Medvedev or Putin, was allied with the US when it came to intervening in the Middle East.
No international bodies condemned these instances of groundless military aggression as a violation of international law. But look at the hysteria that started now as if on cue when it came to security threats to Russia that exist right at our borders. We were ready for anything. I had no doubts that the EU and NATO would obediently follow the USA, especially when the future of Nord Stream 2 became clear. It is obvious that this project played a key part, and it will go down in history as something that showed us the place of Europe, Germany in the international arena. Europe is completely dependent.
So, as someone who lives in Europe, this also seems very disingenuous. Simply because European nations have made their own decisions time and time again, and most importantly, yes, I would rather be allied with the US than with Russia. It is clear it would be possible to be allied with Russia, to have a better relationship with them in theory. But at this point, their foreign policy is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It will be very, very hard for the Kremlin to regain any credibility and trust from the rest of Europe after their actions over the past few months.
When in previous years the West imposed sanctions on Arab or Latin American countries, they kept saying, at least at the Security Council level, that these sanctions would not target regular people, that their goal was to hurt the government, so it would change its behavior under pressure from the international community. This time, nobody is saying anything of this sort. Contacts between people have been banned by the Western countries, despite their previous rhetoric when they said that there should be no obstacles to building relationships between civil societies.
So this is a fair remark. Yes, the West has pulled all of the stops on the sanctions, and has fully condoned sanctions that affect like regular people. What contacts? I'm not quite sure what he's referring to by contacts, but definitely like you can't really transfer money from the West to like between the West and Russia, like people who are sending money back to their families, stuff like that. But also, like we tried to watch a video. We've tried to watch this on the Russia Today YouTube channel, for example, and it was banned. The video was banned. I had to have someone who lives in another country download it and send it to me to be able to watch this. Man, they banned Lego, IKEA too. Could you tell me what happened the past 2 days on this whole ordeal? Man, Wait, I need to finish watching this video, and I got to join the panel right after, so I really want to finish this video before the panel. I don't know if I have time for it. Maybe we need to just pause it here. All right.
Streamer, technically, I stream at least once a year.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome, Neyman.
I want to finish this interview with Lavrov, but I guess it's too late.
With who?
Lavrov, the foreign minister of Russia.
Okay. Why are you interviewing him? Kind of weird.
I wish okay. Honestly, I wish my channel had that kind of clout. No,
just cut off that interview real quick to come to the podcast.
LIB Praxis. LIB
Praxis. Way more important than Lavrov? Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Who?
Based.
Who? Oh yeah, Corpy. I'll open up your video
for Chow.
In the tab.
That being said, like
I'll check it out after the podcast
watching. This is the LIB Praxis show. This is something that we do every week, and we pick a topic every week. So with current events around like Ukraine, it made sense to talk about Ukraine. Like I'm glad that Neyman has a break from the Ukraine news to come on to the LIB Praxis Ukraine talk to go back to the Ukraine covering news. So I almost feel sad for you, you know.
I literally feel like that meme, you know, where the mom's like, hey, it's time for your Ukraine breaking news, and then the like sad Wojak is like, okay.
Yes, mom. That the doomer. Do you know the
I see you, Castraz.
Shishpanizzle. Like that's what I'm thinking about. But yeah, so a name and welcome to the show. Of course, Elysium, welcome to the show.
Hi.
And we have a guest as well, Captain A. Jones. So Captain A. Jones, go ahead and introduce yourself for us.
Yo. Thanks so much for having me.
Says is correct.
Jones. I'm the host of the Pothead Politics show. Cast. I'm not sure exactly. I'm still working on that part. And that's where I break down the news and I discuss whatever the fuck I want to, which is, frankly, it's been Ukraine. So, yeah, follow me at Captain A. Jones, Twitter, Twitch, and thanks so much for having me. I'm excited to get into it.
And of course, we have J Chow Live. J Chow Live, welcome as well. Welcome to the show. So
for example, Germany
versus maybe like maybe
I don't want
can
to talk
go
over
into
him.
like what's like new.
I'll just write it in chat.
Like really new, like name you've been following it like super close. So what are the newest and the latest findings or like things around like Ukraine?
Ukraine's still standing, which is not necessarily, doesn't seem what Russia expected, and not what everyone else expected either. As far as specifics go, I haven't like finished catching up on like today's news, but I did see like Europe's Macron wants to fast track plans for a European defense force. I'm really curious how that's gonna turn out, if this is finally gonna be like a turning point for Europe and is gonna finally make it politically palatable. Russia, I was listening to Lavrov's like a recent interview, and it seems like the Russia's basically very vehemently saying they're not going to back out. There's a Reuters article that quotes Lavrov saying they're going to see it until the end. That whether that end is, they do acknowledge that there will be further negotiations with Ukraine, but what we've seen from the negotiations 2 days ago was not very credible as an effort. It seems on my read for now is that Russia wants to see if the reinforcements in the north, the huge convoys we saw in satellite images, if they can make Kyiv fall or not, because that would obviously reinforce their position for negotiations.
Mm-hmm. So, do you think that negotiations are going to going to start, and do you think that will result to something?
I don't know. Another thing I've seen someone speculate is that they might, since they've been ramping up bombing civilian targets, they might just. I think they're still trying to save face from the a humanitarian perspective, but at some point they might just openly call Ukraine and be like, okay, if you don't surrender, we're gonna burn Kyiv to the ground. Just start indiscriminately bombing everything. And I don't know how that would play out in negotiations either. On the one hand, the Ukrainians seem to react to the violence of what's happening with stubbornness and resilience, but on the other hand, that would be a very, very hard decision to take as a country leader to accept all those civilian deaths in order to resist. I don't know how that would turn out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's really difficult. I think I would say the same. That being said, what I wanted to ask you all, what did you guys find really surprising when it comes to what happened within the Ukraine war so far? So let's start off with Elysium.
I mean, I think the most straightforward, obvious thing is how poorly Russia prepared and executed this entire invasion. There seems to be a lot of good examples of what not to do on display, and very unrealistic expectations, and all just came together to make a complete catastrophe. So I mean, that's definitely the most surprising thing. Just yeah.
Yeah. And then let's go to Jay-Chow.
I'm so surprised that they made it in the first place. I'm stuck on that. And the reason why is because it's very hard to imagine that anybody could, even if they want to achieve their goals, would take so much pain in order to do so. It escapes my mind how dumb that can be. Naaman before was saying how Ukrainians' defense and them trying to fight against the Russians is kind of stubborn. But in another way, the Russians are also very stubborn, or what I say, Putin and his regime is very stubborn in this decision-making. And it's really hurting them, both economically as well as militarily, in both hard power and soft power. Their reputation already was pretty bad. Now, whether or not that's true or propaganda is another question, but when you're looking at, say, at the United Nations, at the Human Rights Council meeting, when the Russian delegate is their time to speak, and you have all the delegates from the West kind of just leave the room, that says something. So they're really shouldering a lot of pain, and they thought, yeah, it's worth it, and that just blows my mind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's go to Captain A. Jones.
Yeah, I think the thing that's the most surprising for me as an American is the lack of
God, his voice is so
that
sexy.
Seems to be being given to Biden. And
I want to kiss Captain A. Jones now.
Way more credit than, well, I don't see really anybody giving him credit right now. And I think that he deserves a lot of credit for giving up the classified information that our intelligence agency has gathered to Ukraine, because I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And I also think he deserves a lot of credit, even though Volodymyr Zelensky came out yesterday and kind of poo-pooed the notion that Biden came out and was very vocal about Russia invading. I have a feeling that behind closed doors, they had already had, this is pure speculation, but that they had already had an agreement to be able to do basically that. Biden gets to take a back seat. He's not running in 2024. He doesn't need any of the good propaganda. That's not really what he's going after. He's one of those traditional leaders he's not going to be out there like Trump tweeting about it, telling me to give me credit for basically, in my opinion, having given Ukraine the information and intelligence that they needed to put up the staunch defense that we are seeing now. That's my most surprising.
Okay, and then last but not least, Nate?
What was the original question? Sorry.
What do you think it's most surprising when it comes to?
For me, what's been the most surprising has been the failure of Russian logistics, which I'm not as optimistic as some people are that Russia is like a week away from losing the war. Maybe they are. So if we believe the Rihoteras leak, then they actually are, as well as the recent leak of documents found abandoned by officers near Mariupol. There were, according to those documents, the whole invasion plan was 15 days. So maybe the logistics were just poorly planned, but I still, like, no matter what, the convoys running out of gas, getting stuck in mud. I saw an interesting Twitter thread that analyzed that was able from photos to analyze the state of the wheels on the Russian military vehicles, and they basically came to the conclusion that even though they have all those vehicles, they just haven't been maintaining them properly, doing basic boring stuff that soldiers have to do to keep the vehicles in working condition. It hasn't been done. That is very surprising. I think I personally, before all this happened, I saw Russia as a very, very important military power, and that seems to have they've taken a big blow in what's happened.
I'm back.
Okay.
Fuck. Who's disconnecting me?
Yeah, that was my fault. My bad, Chinchilla. I totally agree with you, nama, because that I saw the exact same post, and it seemed to have really compelling evidence that they weren't even doing things like moving the trucks on a regular basis. Yeah. And so, you need to start, if you are a car owner, I'm a car owner, I have to start my car at least once a week. Okay, just drive it around a little bit, drive it around the block, just to keep things moving, so they don't gunk up, so that the oil doesn't sit there forever. These are just basic maintenance things that you need to do for vehicles in general, and they weren't. Apparently they weren't doing any of that, and their tires are popping. It's speculatively the guy that you were citing. Saying that that's the reason that their convoys are on the road itself in the first place, and that they're not going off-road. They're staying on these on asphalt rather than getting stuck in the mud, because if they do venture off the mud, their vehicles are most likely to get stuck because of the lack of maintenance.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I'm going to push back a little bit on that, because I think a little bit differently on the Russian logistical problems, that kind of a narrative, in that what really caught my attention in Russia's operations, their military operation, their war, their invasion, is that they're sending in first their 1-year conscripts. These are untrained, badly equipped, they're like cannon fodder, basically. And where they come from, probably the far east of Russia, it seemed pretty deliberate that they were going to be the first wave. And then them using World War II kinds of equipment, what are they doing? What is their point? These are, as you said, badly maintained equipment, but it's just old equipment in the first place. It's kind of just, okay, we have this in the first place, you might as well use it. It doesn't matter if it gets destroyed, because it's just plain old garbage. And then when it comes to just anything logistics, when it comes to any sort of invasion, logistics are always going to be a problem. And while we can say, yeah, they weren't on top of it, they didn't establish air superiority when they really could, what's going on there? It kind of feels to me that there's a small chance maybe, that this was all planned. And let's remember, is that maybe their logistics is kind of stalling, but they're establishing that now. And when it comes to, I guess, what Naaman just said before, 15 days, apparently, according to that report, if it's true, what is today, day 7, day 8? We still have a long way to go. I think it is day 8. So it's been like about half over. They're progressing, and they still, to my knowledge, haven't even used a third of what they have amassed on the border, and then they still have more military. The Russian military is a lot larger than what they have amassed along the border. So this isn't to say that, hey, they're having logistical problems, and you guys aren't saying this. I know that it's definitely not over.
Yeah, of course. I just though add the main force of the army does seem to be poorly trained or basic rickies. However, they have been using elite troops when they what was clearly their plan A to capture the Gostomel airport near Kyiv and establish an air bridge and just blitz into Kyiv really fast. That was done, as far as from what I've read, with elite VDV paratroopers. So they have been using elite troops for specific operations.
Yeah, so when it comes to the logistics, then where do we have like necessarily disconnect? Because I don't necessarily like think that it's like Putin's great master plan when it comes to like the logistics failures that they seem to have, but maybe they did calculate for something along those lines. Is that what you're saying, Chao?
Well, we have to remember that when it comes to Russia's logistical problems, it's very hard for them to have to build rail from their border and then deeper into Ukraine. It gets even harder when you don't establish air superiority, and then you just have Ukrainian drones targeting the supply shipments that are needed in order to build those rail in the first place. And then it's also really difficult when you don't have ground troops protecting those kinds of convoys and other armaments and such as. But then we realized that, like, yeah, a lot of people are making fun that, haha, it's only been like the first couple of days and they've only reached the first 50 miles. That's pretty typical,
I could masturbate.
I would
and
say,
I could be in
of
pain
any sort
and,
of
like,
invasion.
breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Again, as I said before, I think it's
very
easy to criticize the logistical problems, especially if you think it's been slow. But I also want to push back and say, yeah, this seems pretty normal to me, if anything else.
I mean, I think like what really happened was that there was, and I think I tend to agree with basically I don't think anybody's really disagreeing right now. But I think that what really happened was that there was this plan. It was a blitzkrieg to take Kiev and the major cities within a couple of days. They had the logistics set up for that, and then they got completely stuffed. And they were not ready for plan B, which was to do this extended siege, kill a bunch of civilians, bomb the shit out of everything. And I think that's like the plan B that they really just didn't think was going to happen. I think that this could be chalked up a bit to.
I could masturbate, and I could be
Putin
in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Actual information out of Russia.
Thanks for the follow, Yudian, the Romanian.
So, yeah, I think that's the main thing that's happening right now, and I think what we're seeing is the Russians switching into Plan B. And I definitely agree that this is not the end. This is just the beginning of a new phase in the war. Like after the failed blitzkrieg, now we're gonna see. You know, I mean, Putin just said something on the lines of, "This is just the beginning of like what we're about to witness in this war." And you know, just like I think
Guten Abend, Julian. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch.
You know, I think there's a real possibility of a major city like Kyiv being targeted and not leveled, maybe literally, but bombed to shit.
Okay, Elysium.
I guess we're kind of okay. Moving it just a tiny bit. How long do you guys think this conflict's going to go on for? Where do you see the end state of this going on? Like, what kind of time frames are you guys thinking
in? So I don't see it lasting. Well, highly speculative, obviously, but like I don't see it lasting longer than the 2024 election. I think that if Putin's going to drag this war out, it's going to be to see if Trump gets elected. And if he does get elected, then he now has an opportunity to do whatever the fuck his real plan is. but I honestly can't see it lasting.
Wait, what does any of that mean? What is his real plan?
That's a great question. I wouldn't have advised that he ever invaded in the first place, so it's really tough for me to say that. Like, I don't think personally that I would have thought that the risks of major sanctions would be worth Ukraine or even part of Ukraine, or the port cities or Luhansk or the Donbass or anything. I don't think it was worth it at all. So it's really tough for me to get into Putin's mind. I mean, like, just like everybody on Sky News who they interview says, they say, look, it's impossible to get into Putin's mind and to understand what the fuck his motivations were.
What would that change? That's I don't understand.
Well,
say Trump's president.
So
what's
Biden,
changing? Where would the
during the State of the
application
Union,
be?
Biden tried to give himself some credit, although I really think it's pretty cringe when Biden tries to give himself credit. But he tried to give himself credit by saying, like, hey, look, for months before this happened, we were building a NATO coalition to stop this, to have sanctions ready so that we were all agreed on the things that we were going to do. That's something Trump would have never have done. Never, ever. NATO was a shell of its former self when Trump was in office. And I don't think...
Sure. So Trump gets back in office. What's going to change from the Russian perspective?
From the Russian perspective, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, I mean, because again, highly speculative. But if Trump gets back in office, then you set up the playing field to have it back where NATO is not a force that we take seriously anymore, or the United States supports. I mean, Trump was pulling troops away from the borders, et cetera. Like, Trump was doing everything Putin wanted. Now we have leadership in the United States that is not going to acquiesce to Trump. So, like, I could speculate very hard on what Trump might do if he gets elected again that would help Putin. But again, I wouldn't think that it's smart for Putin to stay in. I'm just speculating on why, if he does stay in Ukraine, how long it will be. 2 years to wait for Trump. If Trump gets reelected, then he has options. If he doesn't get reelected, then
I honestly don't necessarily understand that, because of the fact that it's like Ukraine versus Russia, and in the sense that he might be able to make some better compromises with a favorable regime within the US. But that being said, I think mostly the issue here with Ukraine is that can he maintain it? Like, can he even hold the country? I think those I think those two things are that's way more important than having Trump in power. That's my
I was directly answering the question, how long?
Sure.
Or how long Russia will be in there speculatively now that things are going the way that they're going. Because, like, again, the original plan was for the Ukrainian people not to hate Russia when they go in there. Putin had this idea that Russia, or that the Ukrainian people were not going to fight back. I'm sure he did not anticipate the NATO response, because, again, if he knew that these massive sanctions, getting cut off of SWIFT, having his banks completely cut off from the rest of the world, if he knew that these massive sanctions were coming, do you think he would have done it in the first place? No. What he thought was that it wasn't going to be as bad as...
I need to push back on this, because I'm pretty sure Putin was made very well aware of what was going to happen if he did so. And it's very obvious when you think about what Biden has been talking about in his press conferences, what Scholz or Macron has been talking about in their press conferences, and they probably did mention it to him in their private meetings. Putin, I would hope so, is not so isolated from the speeches and the threats that the West has made. I think, if anything, what he did miscalculate was the impact that these things would have. It's he probably maybe had some models that could show him what was going to be the effect. Maybe he underestimated and he didn't prepare well enough and whatnot. When you do look at what Russia has been doing economically in the time before going into the invasion, and you see that they're shoring up a lot of assets and they're shoring up a lot of currency, a lot of reserve currency in order to offset something that might happen. This isn't the first time that Putin has had his economy damaged because of his actions. The Georgia War, we saw a dip in their currency value. When he invaded and annexed Crimea, the same thing. He was probably made very well aware of these actions. I don't think he was ignorant of them.
I would like
he's
to
definitely aware of the possibility, but like the idea that everyone was united on even cutting Russia off of SWIFT before the invasion is like that was contentious at best. So like the idea that they would all happen was not guaranteed, and especially the idea that a lot of the war chest that he was building up would be held, and now he can't access to it, was definitely not planned for.
And what we didn't know at the time is that he actually seemingly possibly has $170 billion of yuan that he still has as a possible war chest. So like there was just, and like remember when we were talking about SWIFT before we cut the Russians out of SWIFT, that was the nuclear option, and we did that shit like that was. I was so surprised that we cut them off of SWIFT. That was, in my opinion, it is the nuclear option, and we did it.
I could masturbate
within days.
I could be
I was really
I was surprised by that as
spitting
well,
my
just
lungs
because
out.
of the fact that
Thanks for the follow,
if
Dadujar.
Merkel was still there, I wouldn't assume that it wouldn't happen. Like
same
Merkel
with Trump.
Always,
that's my point with Trump.
With SWIFT and like That being said, name you wanted to get in. So.
I wanted to say I think I agree with Chao on this one, especially when you look at the speed at which Russia announced a new gas pipeline to China. Those things don't happen within like 3 days of talks while you're busy with wartime. That I think that stuff was being prepared for. I'm absolutely certain that China is going to already discuss this with Russia, especially if the leak concerning China asking Russia to wait until after the Olympics to start the invasion is true. Then that means that the Chinese government, that Beijing was made aware of this, that they had been negotiating contingencies well within the planning of what's been happening. I honestly I think that's also why, for example, Lavrov says that he doesn't feel like Russia is isolated. They have China that they can still trade with. Like you said, they still have the yuans, even if it'll be hard to spend dollars and those other currencies. I'd also like to say, as far as the time, how long the invasion will last, I have no fucking clue. There's that U.S. military expert saying that it's going to be like in Afghanistan, last 10 to 20 years. Then there are those leaks saying that the Russian army can't sustain this for more than 2 weeks or 2 or 4 weeks. I don't know which one is true. However, there is something interesting going back to the wheels, the terrain where the offensive that we see that are getting bogged down are those in the north that have to push through mud, whereas the offensive that is actually very successful for the Russian side, which is the Crimean one, is dealing with a different terrain, which with a much drier land. The coast is much more comfortable to drive on for those vehicles, and there is a very real danger within the coming days of if the Crimean offensive continues accomplishing strategic objectives day after day, that they simply pierce through the heart of Ukraine.
I think so I guess my time frame has entirely shifted to like that decade plus range, just because the like huge. Even if everything went perfectly, the plan A, 15 days, is executed, this force entirely relies on the Ukrainian people accepting the Russian victory, either through a puppet government or through annexation or whatever control. And I think this immediate response has galvanized the Ukrainian public against that. And already to like the initial failure already shows that the Ukrainian people would never have accepted a Russian puppet government or been amicable to it. And so now you're in like an occupational mindset, and there's just no practical way for this force of like 300,000 people to occupy a country the size of Ukraine. And so there doesn't seem to be any
are armed.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be any successful end state in sight for Russia. So this definitely feels like we are moving into the years, if not decades, until Russia or whenever Russia gives up for this to find some conclusion.
Yeah, I completely agree with that, and that's why. But I, at the same time, I want to give Putin a little, like, I want to think that he's smarter than that, because, like, how many times in world history has that not worked? You know, like, especially, like, literally, guns were just being given out to people in the public. Like, holy fuck, this sounds
They're
like
making
a
Molotov
terrible,
cocktails.
Yeah, this sounds like a terrible idea to stay there for any extended amount of time.
Which is why, yeah, but like that's exactly why I think, going against what Elysium is saying, it kind of begs the question that is the end game a occupation? We have to ask ourselves, what does an occupation actually do for the Putin regime? And I really don't think it's necessary for the Russians to occupy Ukraine in order to actually achieve their interests.
What interests can you achieve here?
I think that they're trying to take the Donbass and the ports at this point. I think the original plan was to take all of Ukraine, but now that's completely failed. The people are against them. Now they're going to take what they can and hold on to the places that are actually friendly towards them, which are the Russian separatist areas.
Yeah, so when I'm thinking about Russian interest in Ukraine, I'm thinking about their resources, such as the oil that's in the Crimea
Black Sea
area in the east, as well as in the west. You don't really need to occupy the entire, or like you don't need to keep the peace in Ukraine in order to protect those resources and get those transferred. And you could have a puppet regime, and the puppet regime could do everything political to the whim of Russia. But sure, there's going to be troubles in some towns or even in some cities, some insurgents here and there. You could either deal with them minimally or honestly kind of just ignore them.
But we're not in a state where any Ukrainian population is going to accept the puppet government. What if there's just continual revolt against this?
And
you're talking about having
again, they could revolt, but what is the revolt actually going to do? It might be, to me, the revolt might just be a minor nuisance. It's just something to deal with, but you don't need to you don't need to keep I don't think you need to keep the peace in order for Russia to achieve its strategic interests in Ukraine. So to think that like their goal is to occupy when they really don't, and again, I'm making these assumptions myself, so I could be completely wrong here, but that's my gut feeling. I would really hope that, like, as what Captain A. Jones was saying before, that the Putin regime doesn't think that they could successfully occupy. Maybe they did in the beginning, if they expected that the Ukrainians were just going to throw their hands up and surrender, and they were just going to capitulate. Maybe they could have, but I would hope that, you know, for the benefit of, hey, if you're a Russian and you're a Russian government official and you want your government to actually succeed, then to modify your plan into other ways.
So what, they're always going to have an active front and just make a line in...
No. Oh my God. That's the scary part, Elysium. I think that that's what leads me to the conclusion where I think that there's a really high possibility that Putin literally just fucking flattens
turns it to
Ukraine.
Syria.
Turns it into a fucking, like, a Stone Age country. Takes out the bridges, takes out the infrastructure, takes out the water. He's already cutting off people from water and electricity to get in these sieges of these major cities. That's the scary part, is that he literally turns this into...
And that's what turns it into a continual conflict, though. And Russia can't sustain that.
Well, I don't know if it would be a continual conflict, because then he retreats to the... So this is what he does. He levels Ukraine, the parts that are not friendly towards him. He then retreats back to areas like the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, and the ports. These are more friendly areas to the Russians. It's where, like, the separatist rebellion that Putin fomented and funded is located. So, like, if he retreats back there, then at least he doesn't have to deal with an active rebellion and have to or like an active you know, like what happened to the United States in Afghanistan and Iraq or whatever.
As much of a resistance.
I wanted to name wanted to say something. So
I just wanted to say also. I wonder what the fallback would be internally. Like, obviously, Russia is not a democracy. The Putin's power is not beholden to the opinion of the Russian people. But there always is a point where you can't keep on ignoring them. And even if he chooses to, the reason I'm talking about this is his war. His popularity is based on the propaganda being built around pseudo-humanitarian reasons. The Russian people who believe Russian media, they believe that the Ukrainian government is a fascist government and that they're liberating the Ukrainians in order to not put in a puppet government, not to take over Ukraine, but to allow them to self-determine, free from the West and from fascism and from Russia. That's the official party line. If then the Russians start seeing that cities are being leveled, that breaks it completely apart. You can't continue pretending, and suddenly all the propaganda is going to turn against Putin because he had those claims, and the people who believed in them are going to feel betrayed if they believe what happens. But that's also where the close ties between Ukraine and Russia come into play. People have family there. I think there will be flows of information that no matter how strong the propaganda machine is, might not be possible to control.
Yeah, I'm also skeptical of Russia going to level Ukraine for what Neyman exactly said. But something to mention that maybe to give an example of what I was talking about before is just look at Syria. In that when the civil war there started, Assad literally just retreated all of his forces to certain areas where he needed to keep control over.
And where he had support.
And then hold on, okay, and then every other place in Syria was basically free reign for ISIS to take over, or the Free Syrian Army, or this militant group and that militant group here and there. And then from there, of course, he gets assistance from Russia in order to take back control slowly over the years. But what this is to say is that when you want to keep in power and when you want to achieve some interest, you don't necessarily need to occupy everything. Even if you do achieve resistance, all you really need to do is survive. And that could totally happen in a situation like Ukraine, in which
it totally can't right now, though, because you need some popular support somewhere.
That's we're in the realm of speculation here. Is that he can't do that right now because of the situation, but we're thinking about what may happen if we're going to be talking about timeframes and things like that. These are just theories and whatnot. Of course, he can't do that right now. That is such a stupid point to bring up.
No, the general idea is that you're gonna break the will of the people over like 10 years or 20 years even. So yeah.
Okay, but now how are you going to do an occupation for 10 years to break the will of the people?
So it was just like Jay Chow said, like, Putin does, and the Russians do have popular support in certain areas, Luhansk, Donetsk, and some of the southern regions with the ports that he's taken. So he can withdraw back to those areas. And again, this is why I keep bringing up, in terms of like, if I was a military strategist, if I was Putin right now, and my first plan just completely failed and backfired on me, and now I have this situation where I'm going to have, this popular uprising in Ukraine. So I do exactly what they did in Syria and what Assad did in Syria: pull back to the regions that you can occupy, that you're not going to have a big problem in terms of the civilians there. Luhansk, Donetsk, the ports that I just mentioned. And then, and this is again why I speculate that there's like a too high of a chance. I don't know. I wouldn't put a percentage on it that he's going to burn the bridges behind him as a strategy and basically fuck Ukraine on the way out.
Okay, even if that happens, if you're pulling back to those limited areas, those tiny regions of Ukraine, you're leaving the vast majority of that country, now united again under their government, funded and armed by a myriad of countries to come after those regions. You think that's going to be
I don't think
Ukraine
has the ability to put on an attack. I think
not on its
has
own.
Only but
it doesn't have to
we're
do
not
it on
going to
its
get
own.
But NATO's not going to put
it's
troops
not
in Ukraine.
NATO is never going to put troops in Ukraine, obviously, but it is going to give them weapons. Individual nations are giving them weapons and military technology.
But I don't think that
confront.
I think that this will give Ukraine the ability to defend themselves, but it will not give Ukraine the ability to go on the attack against a Russian defensive emplacement in these regions that they pull back to.
Okay, so the long-term solution
in this
is to have
theory,
a permanent...
again, this is speculative.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, so we have our speculative permanent frontline militarized zone that you're going to make a defensive
and
line.
Ukraine turns into the 1984, where it's like where we fight over these certain regions. Ukraine becomes this battlefront where the world's the nations of the world are going at it. It's Afghanistan all over again. Where the United States is giving them javelins
because the Taliban aren't flying drones at military bases. If they're doing
I
that,
agree.
Afghanistan's not sustainable.
Is that true though? I would speculate that that's not true. I think that the Russians, once they pull back, because again they are on the offensive right now, so they are kind of at the disadvantage. And again, for a lot of logistical reasons, they're now really on the back foot, and that's why they've switched to the strategy of sieging rather than attempting to occupy the cities, because that's completely failed.
But if you give another military safe haven for command and control, for air bases, for long range bombardment, all these things that you need stability for, that they don't have
but you're
right
assuming
now,
you're assuming that Russia won't continue to launch their missiles and use their air
if you
force
have safe haven
bombs.
Ukraine can have air defense.
But Ukraine's not going to be able to launch their fighters out of Poland. They have to launch them out of Ukraine, and Ukraine is under attack
out
by
of
Russia.
Ukraine, then you can't stop that anymore.
That's not true at all. That's what long-range weapons are for. You can launch these weapons from your own side to attack.
Elysium,
Ukraine.
I'm going to challenge you
to conquest.
I want to let Chow in. So,
Elysium, I want to challenge you on maybe the hypothetical that you think is going to happen that I think is actually unlikely going to happen. I think we could all agree that a part of Russia's win conditions is to, 1, decapitate the government, and 2, decapitate the military. And I think them doing those two things is going to be quite easy. Actually, I won't say easy. I just said I won't say easy. I'm going to take that back. It was wrong choice of words.
Cool.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Let Chow speak. Okay.
I think it is likely that they're going to succeed in that. That's just my gut feeling. Looking at the situation, looking at their military capabilities, and comparing that to Ukraine, even if they are able to get funding and supplies from the outside, that seems to be, I won't say inevitable, but likely. It's within the realm of possibility.
How come they haven't achieved that yet in any regard?
Okay, see, the word that's doing that really well, that's carrying that statement, is yet. Okay, so of course I just said the realm of possibility. Elysium, I think you're having a really tough time thinking that today is the last day of the war when it's not.
I'm definitely not. I'm saying that is obviously an objective.
So
that's a clear objective.
So it's very obvious. So it's very obvious that when you say the word, when you make the statement, why haven't they achieved that yet? Then it's very stupid.
Sure. Okay, let me rephrase that. Why, after having that being a major objective for a week, have they made no progress on it? Do you think they're going to start making progress on it?
If I were to rationalize that, I think I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to elaborate more, is that their plan was to first conduct psychological warfare instead of actually doing the blitzkrieg faithfully. So a lot of people are using the word blitzkrieg, but I think that is reducing down Russia's military strategy. They were for sure doing a blitzkrieg, but not for the sake of what it's actually supposed to do. Blitzkrieg is supposed to take land very fast, very quickly, but they weren't doing it for land acquisition at all. What I think they were trying to do was to scare the Ukrainian population, scare the Ukrainian government, even scare the Ukrainian military, so that they could just fall apart and they could just take over
and just give up, surrender.
Exactly, and just give up and surrender. I don't think they were taking that very seriously. If they actually want to do a blitzkrieg, because of what I just said, they were using World War II equipment. They were sending in 1-year conscripts. They were they were not even like protecting everything. It was more of like a military show rather than actually anything.
So their
military
expectation that Ukraine
thinking.
was going to fall over again, like Crimea, didn't happen. Cool. We definitely agree.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to go to. Is that the reason why they failed is not because of their strategy. Well, yes, it's because of their strategy. They weren't able to achieve their objectives, not because of anything that they could control, but because they miscalculated on the response from Ukraine as well as from the rest of the world. And then like that's probably how I will rationalize why they haven't been able to do the things that they wanted to do.
Okay, I wanted to ask something, because we slightly touched on this, like the so-called win conditions for Russia. So we currently see that Russia has seen some like massive pushback from Ukraine that they didn't expect. At least that's my opinion. So that being said, like what would be like the general like win conditions that Russia wants? And let's start off with like name, and then we make it out. And then
Chao said them already very clearly, and this is not a secret. This is both what Russia has been saying in their propaganda and what seems to be in Russia's interests is to decapitate the government, get the military to capitulate in response to that, and then replace the government with a puppet government. Some of the evidence for that is like where Chao was pushing back is the term blitzkrieg, but I'll keep using it simply because of the like power drops and advances on the capital and on key cities, for example. Even if the goal was more like a psychological one, the goal was still to end the war very, very fast, which etymologically is what blitzkrieg means. Also, for example, the fact that they waited until the army really got bogged down on several fronts which was only a matter of several days, but they still waited a bit to really start getting into the artillery strikes on cities, the indiscriminate bombing. That, I think what that shows is that they wanted to keep the infrastructure intact. They wanted to roll through the cities, do the like Chao was saying, the military parade. Look at us, we're here. This is ours now. Give up. You stand no chance. And that way, the puppet government has a country to rule over. What's happening now is kind of off the plan, but the objectives are still going to be the same.
Yeah, my general question was like more like how are they going to obtain that? That was more what I wanted to go for. So yeah, I'm sorry. So you can answer that, and then
okay, how are they going to obtain that? Well, right now they've been reinforcing really strongly the Kyiv front. So they obviously believe that capturing the capital is, which makes sense, that capturing the capital is the first step in achieving those objectives. If that fails, the plan B, in my opinion, is the Crimean front that has been successful, pushing up north along the Dnieper River and encircling Kyiv, cutting it off from resupplying, cutting it off from the Western Ukrainian logistics, basically, where Western countries have been sending weapons and ammunition and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I guess if Kyiv falls and they don't surrender, keep on going.
Yeah. So let's go to Elysium.
I guess my biggest contention is I don't think there are realistic win conditions for Russia right now. There only seems to be one, and it's to keep Crimea and fall back. That seems to be the most realistic win condition, is to keep your former annexation. The idea that Ukraine will accept a puppet government seems just as miscalculated as thinking Ukraine wasn't going to put up any resistance in the initial invasion. That'd be my thought.
Okay, and then let's go to Jay Chow.
I'm just going to add something to what Naaman said, in that a part of them achieving their win condition is to get as many people out of Ukraine as possible. So right now, this morning, it was stated that 1 million people have become refugees from the Ukraine crisis. And I think that's actually great for Russia because that's less people that you have to occupy. And the more that leave, the easier it is that you're going to the easier it is for you to actually I guess like face less resistance and what so. These are just civilians, but this is also going to maybe even weaken the countries that are accepting these refugees, because that's going to be at a high cost. Looking at you, Poland, you not accepting refugees of other people, but then taking the majority from Ukraine, and not thinking about the arguments of, oh, my economics and whatnot. Let's see how that goes around and whatnot. So the longer that this actually prolongs and the more people that leave, the easier it is that's going to be for Russia. And the example that I'm going to fall back in order to kind of be the historical example to show this again is Syria, in that Assad, along with the help of the Russians, caused a lot of a Syrian exodus out of the country, and what remained were the fighters. And then once you kind of deal with the fighters, when you have a superior military, especially because if you're going to be getting funds from Russia or Russia's help, then taking control back of the country seems to be fairly easy. Or easier.
Okay, let's go to Jones.
Yeah, so I think that Russia's win state now, because obviously their plan A completely failed, is that their win state is to prolong this for as long as possible to get it out of the public's attention. Right now it's in the 24-hour news cycle and people are paying attention to it. But we have become, as a world, and I think especially as the United States, we've become accustomed to way too much death. 2,000 people are still dying every single day from COVID, and we don't give a flying fuck. So I think that this is just going to become more numbers for us, and we're just going to kind of forget about it in the next couple weeks. And so when Russia ramps up and starts killing more and more and more people, whether they take Kyiv or not, we're just going to ignore it. And so ultimately this leaves open the possibility for them to team up with China, and all the oil that is in backlog that they're having a hard time selling right now, et cetera, all the sanctions, they're going to be able to get around it and work with other countries whose morals don't align with what we would consider, the Western whatever. So
again,
that's
like
ultimately what I think the win state is.
Sure, I think it's a huge miscalculation again still, though, because Russia definitely wants to frame it as if this is going to be very passing, but even if it is less in the public eye, that's not going to mean that governments themselves still don't care about it. People might forget about it, but like it's not like these sanctions are going to go away.
I completely agree with you. I think, look, my opinion of it is that that's just what I think Russia's win state is. You know what I mean? But my opinion of it is that Putin's fucking severely miscalculated, and I do not think that the United States and the world is going to accept China just letting them do whatever the fuck they want with the markets and letting them dump their oil, etc. I think that he's badly miscalculated this, and I don't really see any good options for him. If he wants these sanctions lifted, the only way he can do that is to completely withdraw from Ukraine and the regions.
Okay, so then we're hitting back to this problem where if we have two conflicting objectives, prolonging this conflict leads to prolonged sanctions, and anything that is a successful campaign needs a long time. I feel like these two things are in major conflict, because even if you can offload your oil to China, which is questionable itself, but probable, even if your government is making money from its oil, that might support a government budget, but the vast majority of your populace are not oil workers. They're not in the energy industry. They don't have any.
I don't know. I agree with you. I agree with all the things you're saying right now. I have no idea how he's going to possibly put up with the amount of pressure that the economy is about to take. Like, we haven't even seen their stock market open yet. We have no idea what the fuck the damage actually is. He's not allowing it to be seen yet. And so I totally agree. This is a fucking complete disaster for the Russian economy. And they could drag the rest of the world down if they go into a depression. But, anyway, I hope not.
So any long-term effect here is going to be economically devastating to Russia and unsustainable, especially as more and more businesses start to close and we see unemployment start to skyrocket in Russia. That's where you're going to have insane effects from stuff like this. And Russia's not prepared for that. They don't have the budget to handle it. There's no sustainability to this war, which is why I say there's no realistic win condition besides somehow retaining Crimea when you pull out.
I agree. It's the fucked up part. I think that he's just calculating the opposite. And that's where, and like, I also think we, not intentionally, but we just haven't, there's no out for him that makes him look strong still. He can't look strong by pulling out. And so he's never going to pull out, which then leads me to believe he's going to level Ukraine because he needs to get rid of the constant threat. He's going to take out all their airfields, all their military installations, everything that they fucking had that made them a threat. He can take it out with the weapons that he has now without going in with ground forces.
I just want to say, like, I think that one thing also matters is like the proximity to the European Union. If 40 million people are basically over the years being displaced into like the European Union, that will anger a lot of people as well because immigrants, Europeans are fucking racist. But
we're thinking time's on our side. Time might be on his side. That's what he's calculating.
But let's go to them.
There was a question I wanted to ask everyone here, and Captain Jones, you kind of already answered it from your perspective. I think that, especially when dealing with a state with nuclear power, with the mutually assured destruction capabilities, no matter how opposed we may be against that state, we have to always think of leaving them a way out in any confrontation. In this case, even just from a humanitarian point of view, I've been racking my brain over the past couple days. Like, what would be, what can Ukraine, what can the West put on the negotiation table that is okay to compromise on from our perspective, but would allow Putin to take his army out while saving face. And I think that's a really, really important question that all our leaders have to be thinking about now, like how to attain peace, because that's the only path to peace at this point, I think.
So the same exact question I've been thinking about. I have no fucking answer for it. I have no answer for it. That leads me to the bad conclusions.
Okay. In that case,
I have two answers.
Elysium, you have an answer.
Yeah.
So,
I think there's only two real carrots you can offer. One is reintegration back into Western markets and international trade. And as time goes on, that's going to look like more and more of a carrot. And I think the other thing you could offer is some form of mutual defense. This has been like tossed around before in talking about NATO shit forever. But like in some degree, you have to give, if you can make some sort of mutual defense pact that gets at least the security concerns of Russia that they always apparently insanely hyperfixated on, that could be something to work in.
Okay, and let's go to Chow.
Yeah, I'm on Naaman on this side. It's really difficult, and I think something to consider as to like why it's so difficult. Maybe it's one way we could think about how to actually achieve a solution, is that the West has won the culture war. We have successfully labeled, whether it's right or wrong, whether it's true or not, that Putin is a evil dictator hell-bent on destroying the entire world and is irrational, erratic, and is trigger happy to press on the nuclear button and whatnot. And this makes it really difficult for even like the leaders as well as the populace to think about any sort of solution that would accomplish what Naaman said, which is achieve peace as well as save face from both sides. If we give Putin what he wants, then it's a loss for us. Everybody's going to be like, oh, we're capitulating. This is appeasement and whatnot. Western leaders don't want that. And if we just give them the carrot of, hey, integrate back into the liberal trade agreements as well as even like collective security, yeah, I guess these are carrots, but I think to the Russians, to Putin, these aren't going to achieve what he would want, which is to save face. This makes it really difficult to think about any sort of agreement, which makes me want to hark back to, well, what could we have done before? Obviously, we've already crossed the bridge. Not only that, we've burned the bridge. Our swords are drawn out, and there's blood on our blades. It's way too late to even like consider the practicality of what we could have done before. But yeah, it just makes me think about these, I guess the alternative realities, making different decisions, having different perspectives, and maybe just like preventing this before it even became about. That's probably the best solution to any crisis. It's just to have no crisis.
Okay, yeah, let's go
Such
to
a non-answer, I know.
Yeah, let's go to Dane.
Yeah, I agree with Xiao that, well, the problem with, obviously the sanctions have to be on the negotiation table. That's obvious. But as far as perception goes, the problem with thinking that that's enough is that it's just a return to status quo. From the Russian perspective, since they are justified, the sanctions are unfair, so removing the sanctions is just making things fair. Saving face would have to be a lot more. One of the,
you don't get to save face when you invade another country. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but well, yes, well, no, that.
So it's just going to be perpetual war. That's
like,
the problem.
If you actually want, well, because then you don't agree with my statement that we have to find a way to give him the save face.
No, yeah.
Okay,
Not in that
that's a problem. I think like. Look, as much as I fucking hate Putin, I think he's fucking awful for what he's doing. I think obviously this war is completely unjustified, yada, yada, yada. But like, holy shit, in terms of the realpolitik, if we don't give him a way to save face, then this never ends. I don't, or not never ends, I shouldn't say that.
It does end. It does end when members of the Russian government depose Putin. Absolutely.
I think that's... Sure. I think I would place my money on that not happening, and instead happening is we see a 21st century genocide in Ukraine.
So I wanna get into like the thing that we kind of touched on, like what would happen within Russia given that the sanctions are that tough and that strict. Do you guys think that there is going to be like a regime being toppled or something, because that's what Elysium is alluding to? So Elysium, go ahead, and then people can just respond.
I think as sad as it is to say, the apparatus of propaganda in Russia is so widespread and so controlling that you will never see the populace be able to rise up against the government. If you speak Russian and all you have is access to Russian media, there's no opportunity for you to have a sane concept of the world as we would define sane. So I don't think any change of government or change of structure is going to be able to come from like a popular uprising very much. I think it's definitely going to have to come from within the ranks of government, people seeing just how ludicrous this is, just how poor of a position is, and that the only off-ramp being to change Putin's position in power.
Okay, so you do believe that there is like a possibility for like a palace coup? That's where you're...
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's be a popular uprising. I think it'll have to come from other members of government.
Okay. Who wants to respond?
I guess I just don't. Unfortunately, I wish that I believed that were possible, but I just don't see it. I don't see any second person in Russia who could possibly fill Putin's shoes at this point, and I also don't really I guess I'm just not that optimistic on the chances that, like you were just saying, because I completely agree with what you said about the Russian people who speak Russian not being able to, in Russia, not being able to consume media outside of what they're being fed, which is propaganda. And so they have no opportunity to make up their own mind about the world and actually see how Putin's a fucking awful person and is not good.
Okay.
Hot take.
Name?
Sorry, what was the question exactly again? Got a second. I was listening.
It was how fucked are we? How fucked are we? And how much more fucked are we going to become?
Oh no, it was the government. What do we do? It was about the government, sure. I do think that if the government's gonna be deposed, the only plausible scenario is what Elysium described. From what I can tell, some sort of popular revolution is not a realistic scenario for now. And as for the scenario of the palace coup, I don't know. There's two alternate realities. We don't know which one is real. If the Riho Terras leak is true, then the oligarchs are fucking pissed at Putin. Possibly even some of his fellow members of government. They see this as a catastrophe, and they are very, very disappointed with his leadership. If that is true, then that is a really huge argument in favor of the scenario of that you're describing, Elysium. If that isn't true, then I don't see any sort of change in government happening.
Okay, let's go to Chow.
Yeah, so maybe we could reduce down to 3 options, 2 of which were already mentioned: palace coup, people's coup. The third one we didn't mention is a military coup. I'm just throwing this out there. I have no idea of like the possibility of each, but the likeliness of there to actually be a successful coup is not really to just like put all of our apples into one basket, nor to even think about one over the other. But there are also combinations of them. So if there's a people's coup along with a military coup, then the chances increases. If there's a combination of the other two, then chances increases as well. And that's probably what we ought to be looking for, is that like maybe a people's coup by itself isn't what is necessary, but it might be enough to push maybe some opportunists within Putin's inner circle in order to do something, of course. And they're going to be seeing, well, like if you're going to be in Putin's inner circle, if I were to do something as drastic as making Putin disappear like he does to other people, and then I all of a sudden just like take his place, will the people actually support me? Will I be able to control the situation? If they think no, then it's a bad opportunity. If they think yes, then awesome. They might just be pushed over the edge to make that decision. When it comes though to something coming from the inner circle, if I am correct on this, what Putin usually does with his inner circle is if there's anybody who is disloyal, they disappear and they get replaced by another person. And I think this is generally the case with these types of regimes in which they rely a singular power, a state leader relies on other rich like warlords or oligarchs, for Russia's case, for their support and whatnot. But then Putin does have not just his inner circle that he has to rely on, but also his own security apparatus, his spies, his bodyguards, and whatnot. And from some interviews that I've watched, because it just popped up on my YouTube feed, paid by the Russian media. Putin has a what he calls a really good security around him, and that's definitely going to be a challenge. You know, you can't just like walk up to the guy, shoot him in the head, and then be like, okay, you know, fun and roses. This was totally peaceful, and it also I think it's also a myth that if Putin were to be replaced, either peacefully or violently, we shouldn't assume that the person to take his place is going to be any better or any worse. It's a coin flip. It could be anybody, but I want to say most likely, at least when it comes to the culture of power in that country, historically, it has always been a bad person is going to be replaced by a bad person.
I definitely disagree with that. But that doesn't matter. There is one thing we can confidently say about any change of regime that would happen in Russia, though. It would end the Ukrainian conflict.
Would you? That's
I don't
also
know.
that could also be debated. But I think what I wanted to say, like the reason why I genuinely don't think there is going to be a coup because of the people that they call it the KGB gang or the oligarchs or whatever they want to call it. Those people got in power because of Putin. So also remember that Putin is like of the nice age of 69 right now. So that being said, like how long do you think that Putin can be in power? Maybe they say at a certain point, it's like really like Putin. Maybe you're too old for this job. Maybe let somebody else do it. And in a friendly manner, right? So
you think Putin's gonna, in a friendly manner, say, "Hey, actually, go fuck yourself." I think I'm gonna stay in power until the day I die. Actually,
if all the oligarchs are going to say that, then it's probably at some point it's probably going to happen. But that being said, like I just generally don't think that like a coup is on the table because of the fact that the people that are in power because of Putin. But Chow, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, because you sparked something in my mind, which is actually something that might satisfy Naaman's question, at least from my own perspective. One way that both sides could save face is if we offer Putin and maybe even his cronies, if necessary, amnesty. If we tell him, hey, voluntarily step down, we'll create the narrative that like you died, you disappeared, or whatnot, you got replaced, something happened, but in secret, in reality, we ship you off to a private island and you live out the rest of your life.
These are great movie ideas, I have to say.
Wait, hold on.
We're gonna Napoleon him. We're gonna ship him to Elba or something.
Sure, okay. Absolutely. But like I thought this was crazy at first when I heard of it, because I first heard of this in class, in my failed states class. This is like one of the ways to get a dictator who has no reason to let go of power, because every single alternative that is like conventional, that would save face, that will like even like satisfy even Elysium, is that like, yeah, step down, let go of everything, and we'll provide you that stuff. We'll provide you an equivalent comfort of life if you just went away.
I don't think people that are in these positions, or maybe more specifically Putin, are willing to accept something like that. I don't think they're happy with their comfort.
If they're backed into a corner, if they're backed into a corner to the point where their only option, they believe, is their death or protection and amnesty, then that's at least the logic. But
sure. I don't think
I thought the problem from you is that like you would rather want this guy to die.
No, what the fuck?
Whoa, in Roblox, jeesh. Oh, just kidding.
No, I never was like, we need to execute Putin directly. When did when I said we don't want to offer them I forget what the term like, but like what would amnesty? Make them not amnesty, what would make them acceptable? Or terms that would let him save face in his own country. It wasn't mean like that he has to die. It means he's not going to come out of this with a win to the Russian public. He's not going to be able to spin. Maybe.
Well, yeah. Well, he's at the age. Well, like what Chinchilla was saying before, he's at the age of retirement. Maybe he's done doing the things that he's wanted to do. And
I've seen nothing from Putin that suggests he feels anything like this. I think Putin solidly, from my understanding, believes in the resurgence of the USSR, believes in like rebuilding the Soviet bloc. That is what my understanding of his purpose in life is. Of course,
because you obviously have delved into Putin's mind and you know everything behind closed doors and what's under the table.
That's why I tried to qualify it with, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah,
obviously,
well,
I don't think anyone's going to know.
I think that's the problem, though, is that all your beliefs are based on what you see. And that
Sure.
in itself is already skewing your beliefs to be like not considering a lot of
okay, I'm sorry.
factors.
You're right.
And like
I don't mind the idea if we can say, hey Putin, you can go live on private island for the rest of your life if you fuck off from Russia and end the war before you leave, and he accepts that, I'd be very happy.
I'm just gonna say it like this: from everything that I've read about Putin, I would definitely put money on that he would say, actually, no, I am willing to die.
Well, I think the problem is that what are you reading, Captain A. Jones?
What are you reading that makes you think his main goal in life isn't to bring back the USSR, Chow?
Okay,
and
I
think that he would put his life on that.
Somebody is having his hand up for like 10 minutes.
I just wanted to, one of the things earlier that were said, I think it's you, Jones, who said it. I disagree with this idea that Putin, for example, is gonna wouldn't be willing to step down. We've already seen him take the role of the power behind the scenes. When Medvedev took power in his name, obviously Putin was still extremely influential. I think he got the point prime minister, if I recall correctly. But he doesn't need to have the title. He's shown that already.
Wait, I totally disagree. That wasn't behind the scenes. They just transferred all the positions of power to the prime minister when he became the prime minister. Yeah. This is not leading from behind the scenes, buddy, at all.
Sure, but what I mean is he doesn't. If he starts aging, I don't see him necessarily being fucking desperate about holding on to the title of president. He doesn't. He's shown he doesn't need the title. Whether he will still wield power, of course he will. But I don't know. This idea.
If you think he can go to a private island and still like lead Russia's politics, then I'm not okay with that.
No. The private island thing, Chow already clarified. This is in a scenario where like the choice is between death and that. Like this is a hypothetical scenario where we're nowhere close to that, where the Kremlin is on the border of total collapse, and we're like, okay, like help us like clean this shit up for a day, and you can fuck off and have your private island. Like that's a complete like hypothetical scenario.
But do you think it's a great movie idea? That's the
yes,
it is dope.
If our geopolitics is great movie ideas, what the fuck is the point?
Well, Chinchilla, the way that you frame it, I think it's very disingenuous because
I'm making a joke. I'm making a joke, dude.
This has happened in history, and we just probably don't know it.
Yeah, I'm gonna ship off Putin to
Hitler.
I'm gonna actually try to find the papers that I read this from. Or maybe this was just like an idea my professor just brought up in the middle of class. It's like, yeah, let's consider amnesty to this dictator. It's like, wow, that's actually. I mean, like, I thought that was crazy because like these guys are heinous. I want them in court. I want them to be punished for their crimes and whatnot. But then, if it really takes offering amnesty, offering them to be to basically be like, hey, you've done crazy shit, but we just want you out. Okay, we just want to stop this. Get out of here. We're not going to do
building
shit.
off-roads for crazy dictators could be really interesting, but it revolves around that dictator just wanting to have a nice, comfy life. And I don't think that describes Putin.
It also revolves.
Hey, if it were me, I would want that. I would want that comfy life.
Okay,
yeah, but you're not.
Like, if I was
no name.
It also really revolves around them being on the precipice of complete downfall.
Yeah.
If they're not on the precipice of down, like there is a historical example, right? Everyone mentioned it. Napoleon got sent to the island of Elba, but that was only after his empire got defeated. I don't know how. I don't know what needs to happen between now and this hypothetical future to actually arrive at that situation. I feel like we're very, very far away still from that.
So the other thing that we haven't considered is that it also revolves around the West accepting that. That's something that I don't think we would accept. I wouldn't accept that shit.
I would accept that. And the West would be way more amicable.
I would love that. If it saves Russian lives, if it saves human lives in general, I would love that as a solution. I would have no problem with
that. The West would be so
Captain,
happy.
I want a clarifying question. Yeah, I want to ask you a question. What do you mean the West? Do you mean the government or do you mean the people?
I mean everything. I mean everything in the West. You know what I mean? I mean, no.
Okay, obviously the people aren't going to know about this. Like,
it's the government is definitely who I mean, not the people, because people. I mean, like God, that's just
God, I would fucking hope so, because to me, so far that's been the only idea that I could think of that would end things.
Oh, I like your idea, but I guess I just think that Putin he's the type of person who would die to go down making the Russian Empire. He's going to die in that position is my belief. I don't think there's any other way. And whether that's by, but something, I want to go back to something that somebody said about Putin's intelligence or rather like the security that he has around him. Yeah. How is anybody going to get close to him when he won't even sit within fucking 30 goddamn yards of his ministers at the table? Okay. It's very hard for me to believe that he's ever going to get, going back to the oligarchs taking over, that's ever going to happen. And so it just leads me to believe that he's going to be there forever until maybe the military coup is the most likely option.
I wouldn't even frame any of like the coup or booting Putin from power as like assassinating him. I think if you have enough support of like to form the Russian government and just oust him, I mean, I don't think you need to kill him for that. Whatever. I don't know. The specifics of coups is gonna get fucking crazy all the time. Yeah.
To be fair, when we talk about if we have like the example of Napoleon, the reason why they don't kill kings and that kind of shit, because of the fact that they still have like the respect for those people. If I was the new president of Russia and I know that this motherfucker called Putin is still in my country and I just ousted him out of his office, like, I would be scared, I would be scared that I would be attacked. So I would make sure that Putin disappears then, right?
Yeah, right.
Because I'm the new bad guy. That's
true.
I think that's also like a thing that you need to take in consideration.
Sure.
Yeah. That being said, like, an interesting plan. Nice,
great plan.
I'm sorry. I think it's funny that the movie idea, like, I can just totally see it. But
he's in our time.
Yeah. That being said, like, we talked about the coup and where do you think that if these sanctions, definitely like the oil sanctions and the natural gas sanctions and that, are going to affect like the normal people? But we don't necessarily think that there is like going to be like a coup, like, or something along those lines. Now, how do you guys think that the Russian people would be affected overall? Like, so name name first.
Yeah, sure. I see two scenarios, and I don't have the knowledge to like try to ascertain which one is more likely. Like, on one hand, in the countries which have had sanctions, there have been, not many, but there have been examples of people recognizing the sanctions as legitimate, or at least that it was on them to change the government. I think the example that's always cited is South Africa, for example. But on the other hand, especially in a country with strong propaganda, and this is something we've seen, for example, in North Korea, is whenever we impose new sanctions, everything people hear is the West hates us. The West hates you and wants to hurt you and is doing those things to hurt you. If that is the narrative, and it will be very, very easy for the Russian government to spin that narrative, then it will lead to resentment. It will, and not towards the Kremlin, not towards the Kremlin, but towards us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's really hard to tell, because honestly, the amount of propaganda that the Russian people are fed, the spin is obviously, and it's already started, is that the West is just doing this to punish them, and that they're, that's the West is the bad guys. That's the narrative in Russia. So, we've seen demonstrations and stuff that have been almost immediately broken up and people arrested. Inside of Russia, it's very hard to speak out against the government, damn near impossible. So like I really don't see the people being able to do anything, and that necessarily being a factor that even Putin considers because of how his security forces inside of Russia have been able to stamp out any resistance thus far.
Okay, Chow.
Pretty much agree with the previous two speakers. Something to add though is maybe not like their reaction, but what is Russia's economy going to look like now that they've been sanctioned off by, which so far, to my knowledge, it's kind of just been the West. China still hasn't put any sanctions. I saw that this morning that they're not considering any sanctions on Russia. So there's that avenue. It seems to be that Russia is going to have a bad economy until it could reorganize it. This isn't to say that everything is going to be reorganized just like, one-to-one, just easy, just switch everything from the West and just put China on it.
China.
Within the country, it probably still has to operate more on a pariah than it was before and be more self-sustaining. And I think that's kind of what maybe Putin wanted Russia to be in the first place, considering that Elysium, you've been really difficult this time.
I'm sorry. Just the idea of suggesting that someone wants their economy to be halved and like be independent. Sorry, just seems a little silly, but okay.
Well, just look at North Korea and just look at Iran. They're willing to take a lot of economic damage or let go of a lot of economic opportunity in order to achieve their interests, right? It sounds as crazy to you as how I think it, but it is what it is, or at least that's how I rationalize it. But what I'm saying is that if you look at, if you're in like a position of power in the Russian government, and you see that in order to do the things that you want to do, no matter what, and you're going to be getting this response from the rest of the world, cutting off trade, cutting off this economic benefit, is it really a benefit to you if you're just gonna like get damaged by it, if they're just gonna like take it away from you? No, it becomes unreliable. So like there's this idea that trade interdependence is not as simple as people make it out to be, in that you trade, you're good, that's the end of the story. No, if one side has a lot of leverage over you on that trade, then perhaps what's rational is to not rely on that trade. And I think from the Russian perspective, if you look at what we've done to them in 2008, 2014, and for other time periods, then yeah, the Russians has probably considered that it may not be actually good for us to be a part of this trade interdependence if doing the things what we want to do is at the cost of, well, trade interdependence. It's kind of like the argument of they want to rip off the Band-Aid and they want to start anew where they are. And the organization that they do have, which is kind of like the ugly cousin of the EU, is the Eurasian Economic Union. It's the EAEU, something like that.
EA Sports. No, but let's sorry. Let's go to Elysium.
Yeah, okay. Sanctions, I think, already have had a lot of effects on everyday Russians, and I think they're starting to realize that. I think it's going to have a lot of business effects. If oil and gas sanctions come in ever, if Germany and Europe can find short-term solutions, and even America would have to find long-term solutions if something like that was going to happen, I mean, that would be devastating. Even if China was willing to purchase energy from Russia, it would take a while to get that infrastructure up. It would be a huge mess on top of everything else. But even if that doesn't happen, the already vast majority of businesses are already going to be affected by this, are continually going to be affected by this for payroll and stuff. And a lot of them are just going to close down. A lot of foreign businesses are going to move out of Russia. And in the long term, it's going to be probably, I mean, we already know it's going to be devastating. Even if just what's now is the only thing that happens, it'll be devastating to the Russian economy. And on top of that, as we see more and more private businesses voluntarily removing access to Russian markets, maintenance and supply to goods that are already in Russia, a long-term catastrophic downfall is going to come. If this lasts for any extended period of time, is going to be insane. You are looking at like reorientating your economy to decades ago. Even if you have new supply, just like to shift over is going to be insane. If it was so easy for countries to just not be reliant on international trade, then every country would do it. Like, that's not an easy thing to do. You would, even if you could in the first place, which most countries don't have the infrastructure and technology to do everything domestically, is going to make it cost way more. You're voluntarily accepting that your country is going to just be like multiple percentage points more expensive than every other country around it. Like, so like there aren't good solutions to not being involved in international trade. There could be like a massive decoupling stuff. There's a lot of theoretical stuff there. The base point there is that the Russian people, this isn't their objective. They want to be integrated with the West. They want to be integrated with these markets. They want to have a peaceful and hopefully in the future more liberal society. They want to be in the democratic liberal world. And that's going to be a huge contentious point with the government that might have other objectives. There's opposition with what the people want. The Russian people largely don't want war. That's why this has to be phrased in a defensive context, and like a liberating context. So once you move away from that, once even the propaganda can't justify carpet bombing or a decade-long conflict or occupation or any of these things, there's huge problems brewing. I don't know. Being in Russia sucks. The idea that they might close borders or have martial law sucks. Foreigners are all going to flee. Foreign business is all going to flee. Yeah. Okay. The other one point I want to make about there does seem to be on the negative side around sanctions from the enacting sanctions. The propaganda that Neyman was talking about, how they're doing this just because they hate us and don't like us, is really strong. Also, the propaganda of no matter what we do, they're going to sanction us just because they don't like us and they're trying to bring us down is really strong. And I think a big important factor in counteracting that to some degree I feel like has already been missed is when you're going to apply sanctions, I think you need to be very clear about the end conditions to those sanctions. And that's something that's like part of the disorganized mess of having a bunch of different countries and the EU not being fully on board with what it wants to do with things beforehand. If you don't give clear end conditions, then it leaves it open to just say they're going to do this no matter what we do. They're going to do this just because they don't like us. They just want us to see it fail. But if it can very easily be pointed to like, hey, the second Russia leaves Ukraine, these sanctions will end. And you can harp on that over and over again. It makes it a lot easier. It's just very hard to do that because I feel like a bunch of different countries probably have different end conditions for what they see sanctions should be. And Ukraine's obviously going to have different endpoints. They probably want Crimea back in the long term. And it's going to be interesting to see how the international community works out when sanctions should end.
Okay. Yeah. That being said, like we reactions a little bit shorter. Like Elysium, if you wanna just monologue, you can start your own stream back up.
Okay.
Again.
Yep.
So
wow, savage.
Okay. Name and
there's a lot to respond to. There's a few things that I feel like I have to push back on. First off, as far as foreign investments are concerned, Russia has already taken measures to counteract that by blocking foreign investments from taking their investments out of the country. So like BP, all that stuff, they have a really hard choice here where they either let their like units of incorporation keep on functioning within Russia, or they just let them tank. And obviously they're going to let them continue to function. Since they can't pull their investment out of the country, it would just be a loss to them. Unless the government steps in and is like, you're like betraying the US by continuing to do business, by letting your subsidiary do business in Russia, they're going to have to. They're obviously going to keep on trying to function within the Russian market. At least those businesses that can. Obviously, there are businesses who will not have that choice, and you're right that they'll be fucked. However, a lot of what you've been saying also is on this premise that they're completely cut off from international trade. Which, first off, they've been setting up the MIR system, which they expressly started setting up in response to Iran being cut off from SWIFT. So the long-term plan was to have a contingency in case they got cut off from SWIFT. It's not as far as I understand, it's not yet operational on an international level, but I think it's a pretty safe to speculate that China and Russia will set up lines of communication through the MIR system for their banking systems. And finally, yes, Russia will be cut off from many important aspects of the world economy. However, as long as they have China, they still have contact with the single most important manufacturer in the world. So of course it will hurt the Russian economy, but I feel like you're painting a much bleaker picture than what seems to be the reality.
Okay, Elysium, you can respond.
Yeah, there's elements to that for sure, but the idea that you can switch over all the infrastructure in Western Russia to be supplied by China is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not going to have a cost, but they have a way out. It's not
difficult.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think difficult for sure, but it definitely provides them an out in a way that all of a sudden the sanctions that we've levied upon them could be not muted. That's the wrong word, but just like lessened in the amount they hurt. And we think they're going to hurt the Russian economy and the Russian people.
Yeah, so that's actually a problem with sanctions, is that if you don't do them by like a global scale, like what we did to South Africa, they don't have any other options. And it's true what Elysium said, is that it's going to be really hard to transition for it to be the same, but it's not like if you're in the Russians, you're just like, okay, well, we're just screwed. Like, you're just not going to get anything. And that's actually unsustainable. But what is sustainable is actually just switching everything else. And what this has done, consequently, to the fault of, not to the fault, but to the consequence of the West. Wait, to the consequence? What's bad for the West is that we're pushing Russia and China closer. And I think it's undeniable that in the future, it's China and their global world order that is going to be challenging the West. And I would have rather had Russia on our side than on the Chinese side if I had to choose, just thinking about it strategically, realpolitik, from a power standpoint. But we've definitely made our lives a lot more difficult when it comes to having to deal with the rise of China.
Yeah, I mean, think about the worst case scenario is that Russia and China actually do become good trading and even military partners.
That seems to be the case. Like, if things go
the worst
same
case
way.
scenario for us and the realpolitik, like you were just saying. I completely agree.
I don't think you could just say there it'd be really nice if Russia wanted to be a liberal democracy and integrate more into the EU and the West and help confront China with us. Of course, that would be awesome. But if having Russia on your side of the liberal democracies means that we get to sacrifice Ukraine and have 40 million people more live under Russian authoritarianism, then no, I don't agree. I don't think it'd be nice to have Russia on our side then.
Well, I think that's the problem with NATO, in that there are two values behind NATO. One is security, and the second is what you said, democracy.
Can be used like an octopus
but
to suffocate
when
and pull apart my
when you put those two
arguments.
together, then what you end up is
Thanks for the follow,
half-assing
Technidiff.
both. If you wanted to maximize security, then you really wouldn't consider democracy. You would just let Russia join.
I think that's a good thing. Yes. I don't think we want to be only focused on security, and I don't think we want to be only focused on liberal democracy.
I think that's fine.
I think we can engage.
And I think that's fine for you to believe that. However, what this has caused is the detriment of our security, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. And that's exactly what's happening. Is that we've pushed Russia and China closer. The reason why is because we consider democracy. And the expense, the trade-off, is that we have decreased our security in the future. And if you're okay with that, that's fine. But from a real politics standpoint and from a survival standpoint, which to me is the priority, I don't like that at all. The second thing is that not integrating Russia into NATO, I think, was a mistake. And it's not even a mistake from a real politics standpoint. It's a mistake from a liberal standpoint. The point of liberalism, at least what they argue, is that when you achieve trade and when you achieve cooperation, whether it's economics or security, the idea is that you influence that side and then they transition. Because in order for capitalism to thrive, which is what we're going to be providing via trade, then a middle class is going to grow. They're going to demand more rights, and you need more liberties in order for capitalism to actually grow. Now, China definitely has challenged this idea for sure, but I don't think the same is for Russia. And I think in some cases, we were actually doing that. People on this panel, people on this podcast before was already saying that, the Russian media, the propaganda, it's really going to be brainwashing them. But what we're also seeing is that, as what you, Elysium, was saying, is that there are people in Russia that want to align more with liberal values.
I could masturbate,
want to
and I
align
could be
more
in
with
pain
the West.
and,
How do you
like,
think that
breathing,
happened in the first place?
my lungs
well,
out.
it's because of trade in the first place. If we
Space
kind of
Boy.
just coasted on the status quo, we had better cooperation and better relations with Russia, then one, they could have been on our side strategically, but two, we would have actually had soft power over them to change over time.
Chao, your framing is insane. Okay, hang on. First, I don't want to live in a police state if it has optimal security. We have values, and sometimes that conflicts with having perfect security. That's a whole different conversation we could get into, but I think most people would agree with that. Also, this framing, I feel, is really off, which is surprising because we have been integrating Russia into NATO. There have been more and more joint stuff between Russia and NATO over Afghanistan, over Syria. And do you know what ended that? When Russia annexed Crimea. So if there's any fault for why Russia isn't continuing to integrate into NATO for multiple times throughout history, post-Cold War, it is because Russia has done crazy, undemocratic, unliberal thing. It is not the fault of NATO.
I also think, I would just say, I also think, if you look at Russia and what Merkel's, whole strategy was as well to when it comes to China was just to trade and not necessarily question those things. We've been in the past on LIB Praxis, we've been criticizing Germany around this issue, around this topic. So yeah, I think I think we definitely tried, but it's it's the fault of Russia that it didn't succeed. But name you.
I kind of want to respond, but okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I definitely understand what Elysium, and if I'm understanding Chinchilla, which is a lot more closer siding with Elysium on their points, is that there are short-term goals and there are long-term goals. I think it's actually would have been okay if we're considering in the long term to have fuck me, let go of Crimea and kind of hinge in or hope or be more proactive in changing Russia. And I think what ended up happening in our reaction to Crimea, in which I would agree with you, is that if that's a value that you want to protect, and if that's something that's gone too far, no matter what, then sure, by all means, all the power to you to believe that, of course, is to... God, I had something to say. Fuck me.
No, I overall I understand the appeal, like to appeal to Russia and to try to bridge the gap. I just don't think that from the West side perspective, like that we didn't do that or something.
I know. I know exactly what's going to happen. But what ended up happening is that we completely cut them off from our relations. And this is having the opposite effect of what we ideally want, which is a more democratic and more Western-like Russia. We have pushed them closer to China. So, like, it's really strange how the West has this belief of we're going to punish you, and we expect you to change in order for us to alleviate the punishment. But then what Russia does is, no, fuck you, you punished us. And see, okay, that's the problem with international politics. Is that
what's your alternative, Chow, though?
My alternative to what?
When Russia annexes Crimea, what happens? What's the alternative? When Russia invades Ukraine,
like the
what
issue,
do you want to have happen?
The issue
I think the reason why we got to that point in the first place is because, one, in the years preceding that, there was already a growing conflict between the West and Russia. It's like you say that it started in 2014, in which our relations started to deteriorate. If I'm going to give Putin like some trust in his speech. In one of his speeches, he did mention that he had a conversation with, I don't know if I think it was with Clinton, and he mentioned the idea of like, yeah, let's what's your idea of Russia joining NATO? And according to Putin, the response was not good. And so then this kind of gave the idea that, like, yes, they're going to work on joint stuff because they kind of have to, but I think the at least the narrative after the Cold War, and this has been the path that the United States has been on, is to contain Russia. And sure, we could work on joint stuff in Syria and like Afghanistan or other places, Iran, because I mean, like, that's not Europe. But when it comes to American policy in Europe, which is what we want to protect, that's where our interests are. Then I think it makes sense that, like, according to all of our actions before, we're going to contain Russia.
I think that one thing you got to consider, that when we talk about like U.S. politics within Europe, we're talking like basically like around NATO, and a lot of these NATO, like, again, those member states sometimes have like a Russian population like living in the east, in the Baltics, that kind of shit, you know. So those countries will also have like things that they want to like say about this. They will be more likely to be more aggressive, right? So, but yeah, I wanna do like name. Go ahead, and then
yeah. I thought of what I wanted to say about this exchange you guys had, Chow and Elysium. Like, in many ways, this exchange is the fundamental debate of whether foreign policy should be like a more realist approach or a more liberal approach. It's an ideological debate. It's rough because I think, at least for most of us growing up in the West, we do genuinely believe that the liberal ideology leads to better outcomes for people. But it is also rough because there is such a thing as a guerre politique. There is such a thing as very real consequences requiring moral compromise. And well, it's true.
The thing that you always complain about in anything in capitalism, how like, yeah, that it's not perfectly consistent because there's realpolitik, but now you'll defend it too. Okay, yeah, I agree.
No,
okay, I wanna.
Okay, that's not what I was saying.
No, you were making a point. I was just making. I'm sorry. Yeah, keep going. I'm very interested in what you're.
Okay,
trying
name
to do.
YouTuber memeing? No fucking way.
Like the very minimum, something that I've seen that that Chow and I really strongly agree on is that we have to, at the very least, acknowledge and understand that the Russian government's approach and ideology is 100% realism. They have shown this time and time again, whether it's through their speeches or their actions, and it is true that the relations only were getting better when we were actually cooperating on common interests. Now, the problem with that is that means an abandonment of the liberal agenda. That would mean, for example, for Ukraine, it would mean abandoning potentially even going so far as to abandoning the idea of a liberal democratic Ukraine, which I don't think anyone in the West is willing to compromise on. For good reason as well. It's not a simple problem. That being said, one thing that I do take issue with, if we go down that line, is that even though I do believe that the Russian invasion of Crimea was illegal, that is something that, considering the will of the Crimean people, who are actually pretty damn pro-Russian, you could actually make a liberal democratic argument that is something that we should be willing to compromise on. That for example, Crimea should be accepted to be given away to Russia. That would satisfy both a certain interpretation of liberal democracy and the realpolitik.
I can grant you that there could be interesting conversations, because we've talked about this, how, you know, the UN in general doesn't like breakaway states and stuff like that. There's a lot of interesting things that can happen here. And there could be a lot of interesting discussions about, you know, what if local groups want different things than a central government and how to navigate that. The area you can't do that in is once you invade, annex something, and then take a referendum and try to say you're like valuing liberal democracy.
Yeah, obviously, Russia is not a liberal democracy. The referendum was very, very, very likely to have been faked. I'm basing this on the stats I've seen before the invasion, where Crimea seemed to be very strongly in support of Russian sentiment in polls and referendums that weren't actually manipulated by the Russian government. But yes, like I said, the invasion was illegal. Like there's no going around that.
Yeah, so I wanted to do two things. Like I want to ask like Captain A. Jones a question, and after that we're gonna go into what you guys think what was the most horrendous or the most weirdest take of this whole ordeal, because we have seen some weird ass people saying weird ass shit. So we gotta address that. And we don't have to call them out by name. We're not gonna harass them, but we're gonna just call out their take. So no name calling. So don't mention Hassan.
Or Haz. Don't mention Haz either. Then.
So the thing that I wanted to ask you, Captain A. Jones, like, what is this going to do with crypto? Because you are the trade expert. So I've seen some crypto bros yesterday. They thought that it was going to the moon and that kind of stuff. What's your take?
Okay, so yeah, it's not going to the moon. So yeah, there's a large contingent of people out there. I believe they're crypto bros who believe that because of the sanctions now, Russians are going to be flooding into crypto to protect their money. And so that's not going to happen because, and the problem with crypto, and it's been the problem, and it seems to forever be the problem, is that the transaction time and cost and energy usage is way too fucking high. And like the amount of transactions you can do in crypto is like quite literally, it's like 1 to 10,000 in terms of like maybe a legitimate company like, you know, MasterCard or something like that, who can just, you know, use anyway. So it's just not realistic. So who is flooding into crypto right now are people thinking that there's going to be a lot of Russians flooding into crypto. So you are seeing a bit of a volume spike, but the volume spike that we are seeing is actually not anywhere near. I was looking at it. The volume is not going up that much. It's up, sure, on a 30-day average. But if this was some event where there was a ton of Russians flooding into crypto, we would be seeing crypto assets going up, and we would be seeing the volume to back that up, and we just don't see that. So, so that's not happening.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I just wanted to get that one out of the way. To be honest.
No, I love it. I just read an article about it.
I thought it was like really silly, but that being said, like when it comes to like extremely bad takes or weird ass takes, let's first go to name.
I think the best one I saw was during this panel in chat. I had someone come in, and this is the first time I saw this. They were explaining that they were saying that this wasn't an invasion because Ukraine having open borders with Russia means they were already part of Russia. This is my first time reading that. I was flabbergasted. I think that's the most stupid thing I've read in quite some time.
Yeah. Tomorrow I'm going to go to Mark Rutte, and we're gonna decide to invade like a northern part of Belgium because there are no borders.
Yeah, the borders are open, man. Like it's
EU federalism finally achieved. There you go.
Yeah,
you can just invade it. Free real estate. So yeah, okay, nice, interesting. Let's go to Captain H. Jones. So,
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What was the most silliest or weirdest take?
Yeah, Jesus Christ. I mean,
or
in
baddest.
in the long line of bad takes, I mean, I'm just gonna have to put out there, anybody on Twitter with a Russian flag in their name is just wow. You can just click on their profile and expect to see the most cringe things and Russian propaganda. You're just gonna hear Russian propaganda. That's it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to call out Haas by name, but so I won't do that. But like,
yeah, let's not.
It's pretty cringe. I heard Destiny might also have made some. I mean, shit. I heard that a Fateful dude might also have made some cringe takes, but I have yet to see those. So unconfirmed reports of cringe takes.
Okay, let's go to Chow.
There's so many out there. I don't know which one to pick. There's probably have to mention this, obviously. I don't know why nobody mentioned this, okay? Anybody who is advocating for NATO intervention, whether that be NATO intervention into Ukraine, NATO intervention into Russia, any sort of take that involves nukes or glassing Moscow, for example, I think that is mega cringe.
Talking about?
Okay. What am I talking about? I'm talking about people who are saying that. Okay, there's something called mutually assured destruction. I can't believe people are out there thinking about risking mutually assured destruction in order to fight for what they believe are their values. Like, I get it. If you want to die for your values, go right ahead. But please, do not take the entire fucking world with you. You know how people will say that, oh, Ukrainians didn't ask for an invasion. They didn't ask for their war. They didn't ask for sovereignty against them. Well, guess what? If there's nuclear war because of your shitty decision to want to glass Moscow, the entire world didn't want a nuclear holocaust. Have you ever considered that? What a fucking dumb shit idiot.
And also Fallout 4 or 5 rather.
I want to add to that in general. Because like right now we're talking about random people on Twitch or some streamers who will not be named. But there's something that I really triggers me when I've been following, for example, like French politicians at the parliament, what they had to say 2 days ago during a debate on Ukraine, and it's just. There is this specific brand of virtue signaling. Like, I'm pro-Ukraine, and I do think it's important that politicians show support for Ukraine, and it can get into more like warmongery language. To a certain extent, I don't mind that, but it goes past that. When you have politicians calling for like violence and celebrating death. First off, I think it sends the wrong message when it comes to any sort of long-term peace project, but also it's just pure virtue signaling for the voter base at home. I think it does a disservice to foreign policy to have representatives of a country talk like that.
Okay, and let's go to Elysium.
Cringiest thing was the DSA's message that America should like get out of NATO and stop imperialism and shit. They're dumb. I do find this super curious, though. I think one of the things that's preoccupied my mind the most since this conflict is, as we're talking about, like, when is nuclear conflict justified, or the risk of nuclear conflict justified? And I have a really hard time, like, bringing this up kind of sucks because I don't have a good position on it. As we've like emphasized with Chow and Amen, and like mutually assured destruction is insane, nuclear confrontation is insane, but I also don't know where that line is of like what are we willing to accept in the world before we ideologically are willing to risk it. And I really don't know where the answer is. Like, if an unironic genocide actually occurs in Ukraine, is that enough for the world to risk a nuclear confrontation with Russia? I don't know. How do you guys feel about that?
Name, you've been researching the topic of like when nukes can be justified to use or something along those lines.
NATO is a clear red line, though. I do think what our leaders would do in the first phase is they would engage in conventional war, but it would definitely launch like nuclear readiness up to the maximum.
So engaging in a conventional war is risking a nuclear war, right?
Yes, 100%. With NATO, yes.
Yeah. So you're saying you would agree then, or you are saying if a genocide happened in Ukraine, you would support risking nuclear annihilation?
No, that's not what I said. I was talking about NATO.
No, he expanded it to NATO. But the original question was just Ukraine.
Right.
If Russia does not invade a NATO country and just stays in Ukraine and kills and commits a genocide on the Ukrainian people, no, we're not going to get involved. And no, I don't think that we should get involved.
Really?
We need to then, because I don't think we should risk a nuclear fucking war. Like, that's the risk.
We're not fighting China over what's going on in the Uyghur.
Exactly. But we would fight China if they invaded Taiwan.
That's the bracket point. Yeah, because this is like the conflict that I've got.
Well, even
that ain't it. Ukraine's in front of that line of the sand. Unfortunately for them, they are not a part of NATO. And we do have to draw some fucking lines, and we can't just.
So you think because?
Sorry, there's a bit of an imprecision here. Taiwan and the US had a mutual defense pact until 1980. Then it was transformed into, I forgot the exact name, something like the Taiwan Defense Agreement
Taiwan
or whatever.
Relations Act.
Yeah, Taiwan Relations Act. It does not have a hard line military intervention defense pact like Article 5 in NATO. It is support. It is like what we're doing right now with Ukraine would count as the same kind of support that's guaranteed by the Taiwan Relations Act, as far as I can tell. Like sending weapons, support.
We transitioned that to strategic ambiguity, but like part of that is the ambiguity that we would defend Taiwan as if it was a mutual defense pact, right?
We have an expert on this topic, so Chow, go ahead.
Wait, Elysium, say that again? I was picking my mouth.
But clip it.
Nose into mouth.
Okay, we transitioned our static defense pact with Taiwan to strategic ambiguity with Taiwan, where if we will militarily intervene in a Chinese invasion of Taiwan is unknown, though it is implied that will happen in order to deter Chinese aggression. So if we are willing to risk it to protect Taiwan's democracy,
what it is to make the Chinese second guess. Are we going to do it? Or are we not going to do it?
That's what implying means.
No, implying means that, at least like to me, it's like, okay, it's a implication, but the other side of the implication is, do you actually think we're gonna do it? Like that's the point. Is it's not our decision, it's the Chinese to decide, because now they have to think, okay, well, they don't have any certainty. They have to flip a coin or whatnot. Like actually flipping a coin for them would probably be give them the best probability of what we will actually do, if anything. Like it's that confusing.
And until I'm sorry, continue.
I guess like I feel like if people are concerned about Taiwan because of what's going on between Russia and Ukraine, I think that's ill-informed.
Yes.
China is not like Russia. Our commitment to Taiwan is a lot different to our commitment to Ukraine. Reason being is that Taiwan is strategically important to us geopolitically. It's also important to us technologically. They have a lot of Western technology. They provide a lot of semiconductors that we need for our own technology as well.
And we haven't seen any of the similar buildup and stuff. I agree. So like it's more. I don't think we need to get into.
Okay.
I don't think those things are justified. The reason Taiwan was brought up is because if there is the ambiguity of if we're willing to defend and risk a nuclear war over Taiwan, would there be any similar ambiguity if we're willing to defend against a genocide in Crimea, or not in Crimea?
But honestly, I think what's going to happen is once we get our, I think there's a factory in Ohio that's being built right now. It's going to be like operational in a couple of years, and we're going to be self-sustaining on semiconductors. Then we don't really need Taiwan anymore. And for us,
I was just about to make that point.
For us to have to intervene in Taiwan if China does decide to invade, and then we're thinking, okay, well, now the ball's our court. Do we want to risk? We want to risk nuclear war? Then I think we're going to err on the side of caution and say no, because no longer is Taiwan strategically important to us. We're not willing to die for it.
So you would say similarly.
The clearest line for us to draw is what Naaman said: is we have collective defense, because the reason why we have collective defense in the first place is to protect countries that don't have nukes with nukes. And if all of a sudden that's being broken and we're not abiding by that, then that is going to set a really dangerous precedent. And we're going to fall back into a world that is more like offensive realism. And that is a world that I don't want to live in.
Okay. I want to butt in. Sorry, with the whole like intervening with nuke stuff. It's also it goes back into this like liberalism versus realism argument. Something I honestly believe in is that there is the sad reality in the world where when a nuclear powered country with mutually assured destruction capabilities does something horrific, we cannot act on it. We just can't. We can intervene if there's a genocide in Rwanda. We can intervene if there's a genocide in the Middle East, in like most of Europe, etc. But we cannot intervene if Russia or China do something horrific, unless there is already the deterrence pact, like NATO, like any other military pact already in place. Because then like Chao said, the lines are drawn. The adversary knows what to expect if they cross the lines. It's just a sad reality. You can no longer apply moralistic calculations when you're faced with the threat of nuclear annihilation. I just don't think that's realistic.
Okay. Why is it not realistic?
100% agreed.
Because the other option is annihilation. I've said that word several times.
The other option is literally we live in Fallout. And
there's like not an option. There's a utilitarian calculus. Like we have to play a game of the trolley problem. Okay, do we pull the lever in order to, and the pulling lever is not to use nukes, not to intervene in order to like sacrifice one person, or are we willing to just intervene and then let the entire world annihilate? Right. So then. The thing about realism and liberalism is that people often think that one doesn't consider morals and one doesn't consider, or actually, how about this? Ethics. One doesn't have an ethical framework and the other does. That's just not true. In realism, we don't consider morals for the sake of morals. We consider morals when it comes to things like harm reduction or playing the trolley problem. That's the moralistic side of realism that a lot of people don't understand. When I'm trying to advocate for, say, like a Ukraine, I'm trying to achieve is to prevent an invasion. And if the cost of preventing invasion is a sacrifice of a little bit of sovereignty, then fucking awesome, because that's going to save lives. That's going to save infrastructure. That's going to achieve peace, even if it is just peace in our time. Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, I just want to say now I understand where this like weird motherfucker in your chat got his idea from, name, because he thought he was explaining Ukraine like how China looks at Taiwan.
Oh, you think that was it?
Yeah, that's where he's coming from.
Yeah, you're right. Because he said at some point that that like Ukraine wasn't even a separate country. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Soviet bloc, Giga Chad. Yep.
It's just that being said, I can still invade Belgium, but I cannot go to France because they are nuclear power. So
yes, exactly.
So we there's so much to cover, so we cannot cover all of it. To be fair, is there something that you guys still really want to press on this topic? Nope.
I unfortunately have to go soon. So,
yeah. So
because I do have a shitload more to say, like was Georgia or Rhineland, and then was Crimea our Sudetenland, and then is Ukraine our Poland, and then oh fuck, oh shit, oh god, I played Hearts of Iron 4. Okay,
guys. So that's always like interesting when Americans going to talk like European politics. They straight up like don't chow, not you, but I know a couple of these political streamers, and it's just funny to see that they still think it's like just somewhat after World War II. That being said, like Captain A. Jones, thank you for coming as a guest. I really appreciate it. So check him out. Also, Elysium, thank you for coming. J Chow Live, thank you for coming. And Neymanen, thank you for coming. All of these people stream except Elysium. So if you want to give them a follow, if you want
the VTuber doesn't stream, what the fuck? Mine.
I don't know why we keep him around.
I already said that, but he probably just boots up his stream for 1 minute and then he says like, "I'm a fucking streamer now."
There you
go. That's how he blackmails me to get on the podcast. That being said, like, thank you guys for coming. So make sure to leave all these people a follow because they are really lovely people and they have all interesting ideas and are smart people. So that being said, I'm gonna send you guys off. Probably I don't know who's gonna name. Are you going to keep on streaming?
A little bit.
Yeah, I will send you guys to name. That being said, like we do this every week. Unfortunately, next week that would be 1 week that we won't do it because I cannot make it. That being said, we will pick a new topic for the week after. Every week we have like an interesting topic, so if you enjoyed it, make sure to tune in every week, except next week. So which is kind of silly, you know, but it happens. So thank you guys for watching.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Thanks for having us.
Good one.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Oh wow, thanks for the raid, Chinchilla. I wasn't expecting it. Oh, cool. Welcome, Chinchilla people. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure like half of you were just had both streams open anyways, so it's not like it changes anything, right? Such a short episode, yeah. Well, it's okay. Look, two hours is actually a lot, honestly. Okay, now back with this French baguette. Yeah. Would you guys want to discuss what would happen if a nuclear war results? Specific countries, defensive systems, if there are any, statistics, logistics, information. That's something I was thinking. I might have to research actually, because earlier I've seen people in chat discuss, for example, the. I think it was Jerry and maybe you, Corpio, too. You guys were discussing like the possibility of shooting down nukes while they're being launched and stuff like that. I don't know how. I genuinely don't know how. What actually stands there? I would have to research it. Let's research it together then. Yeah, we can research it. Sure. That would actually be an interesting topic. We can do it right now. Nuclear war research. There is no shooting down ICBMs. That's what I've seen said. I haven't done my own research yet on that. So ICBM countermeasures. That's pretty much what we need to know about. U.S. successfully intercepts ICBM with ship-launched missile.
I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Oh shit! Thanks for the raid, Captain A. Jones. How are you doing? It was a good talk. Dude, Jones, if you're listening, I have something really important to tell you. Your voice is so fucking sexy. Like the moment I had forgotten your voice from the last time we were on a panel together. The moment you like started talking, I had the hardest boner I've ever had on a LIB Praxis episode. It's fucking honey for the ears, okay? I'm leaving. Oh no, stay. I love it. Okay. So I'm sorry. I do talk about sex, but this is a political stream right now, okay? So don't worry about it. Okay. I'm still here. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna. What we're gonna do right now is I've had discussions over the past couple days. Casual French compliments, yeah. Where we've been speculating about what are the possibilities, what could happen in an actual nuclear war. So we're going to look up, for example, what are the countermeasures for ICBMs, how realistic it is to have an actual response to nuclear war or not. If you leave, you're homophobic, yeah. Well, I think the UK and France would be a target for Russia, seeing as UK and France have nukes. UK and France also have some of the best planes, yes. UK has some of the best air defense in the world. We are a small island, so we go heavy on protecting the skies above us. The problem is, we go back to mutually assured destruction. So, like, I don't know what the UK contingency plan is for the dead man's trigger. When it comes to France, France constantly has nuclear subs deployed with nuclear payloads on those subs. So even if France gets completely destroyed in the next 5 minutes, we all fucking die. There's a bunch of nuclear submarines that have ICBMs that are going to be able to strike back. And then once again, we're within the mutually assured destruction paradigm. So that is why, for example, it's pretty damn unrealistic that there's a first strike happening. Rocking the Einstein hair, yeah. Now, when they say the world has 15,000 warheads, does that mean a single one of those warheads are similar or stronger in power and diameter or whatnot? No, that's just the warheads. Some of them are tactical nukes that are going to be really destructive, but in a limited space. Some of them are going to be like the Tsar Bomba, nukes that can flatten everything in like a huge range. It really depends.
And I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks for the follow, Doluv1. It counts all nuclear warheads, regardless of their type. If you don't eat food filled with carbohydrates, fats, and especially cholesterol-filled fats, you are fat phobic. Oh, and if you go to the gym. Okay, let's read this article. So this is in 2020, November 17th. In the first of its kind test, the US has successfully used a small ship-fired missile to intercept a target ICBM, according to the Missile Defense Agency. The successful test shows the US military...
I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks for the follow, Sinus Streams. Appreciate it a lot. The successful test shows the US military now has another missile defense system capable of defending against North Korean ICBMs aimed at the US. The US MDA and US Navy sailors aboard an Aegis ballistic missile defense system-equipped destroyer intercepted and destroyed a threat representative ICBM with a standard missile, Block 2A missile, during a flight test demonstration in the broad ocean area northeast of Hawaii. A target ICBM missile launched from Kwajalein Atoll in the Republic of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific Ocean traveled thousands of miles towards the body of water between Hawaii and the west coast of the US mainland. The destroyer USS John Finn that was positioned in those waters then fired an SM-3 missile that successfully intercepted the target ICBM. The interceptor missile was directed towards its target using tracking information provided by an array of sensor systems designed to monitor any incoming missile attack on the US. Previous interceptor tests have been carried out with the much larger ground-based interceptor missiles based in Alaska and California that are designed to prevent a North Korean ICBM attack on the US. The successful ship-fired missile test shows that another layer of missile defense could become available to counter North Korea's growing long-range missile inventory. Last month, it unveiled what appears to be the world's largest mobile-launched ICBM that could threaten the US and its allies in the Pacific region. Are ICBMs the strongest of nuclear warheads? ICBMs are basically the strongest of delivery methods for the warheads. That is or at least they were historically. How do they fire it? It seems that they use sensor arrays, and it's just like a missile, right? The SM-3 missile, I'm pretty sure that's a standard missile, but we can double check. The Standard Missile 3 is a ship-based surface-to-air missile system used by the US Navy to intercept short and where was it? A short and intermediate range ballistic missiles as a part of the Aegis ballistic missile defense system. It is also being employed in an anti-satellite capacity against a satellite at the lower end of low Earth orbit. US has only counterfuge measures. US so unprepared for basically everything. I mean, yes and no. Like, ironically, the fact that they were preparing this so they can mount it to a truck, I would assume so, yes. It seems like it's something they've been mostly working on mounting on ships, which makes a lot of sense. The perceived threat was North Korea, like where this is a 2020 article. So it makes sense that we didn't have that Russia was not a consideration, but this would still apply if we're hypothesizing a Russian nuclear strike on the US. This still works. Well, because we're talking about nukes flying over, over Alaska and over the Arctic. Doesn't it need electricity or fuel? Those kinds of missiles usually just need fuel. You do need electricity to power the sensors and all of the systems that direct the targeting of the missile, but the missile itself is just fuel. Russia, China, Iran, Pakistan, North Korea sounds scary, not gonna lie. Dude, I've said it time and time again. I'm so fucking sad that Trump destroyed the Iran nuclear deal. We were finally... Obama was finally successful in building actual diplomacy in the Middle East. That is not pure fucking... imperialism. Actually finding a compromise with Iran. If Iran had been a US ally, it would have been so fucking positive for everyone, I believe. I never took rockets in engineering. That's actually super interesting. Oh, you're an engineer? What kind of engineer? Missiles need AA energizer batteries. Yeah. What's the fuck? That reminds me of the Japanese Japanese battery ad. Just imagine this is a rocket instead. Yeah, I did electricals. Nice. I'm a software developer, or like a software engineer, if you will. But I've dabbled with electronics as a hobby, like building stuff on breadboards, programming little chips and stuff like that. It's a really cool field. Lucas Rosary. I actually wish I did mechanical, but maybe another life. Hey, it's never too late. Oh, cool. I tried messing around with Python. It was awesome. Yeah, Python is really cool. It's really powerful. As long as you don't need the performance, Python is really good. I did the car game lol, pretty easy for you, I guess. I have never really developed in Python, but yeah, it's a pretty easy language to pick up. This is my second time watching your stream. Maybe you've already addressed this, but what are your thoughts on Putin threatening Finland and Sweden over joining NATO? This is a really interesting question to me because it tests the limits of the European Union. Let me just go to full screen for a second. So yesterday I did some in-depth research on the European Union because both Sweden and Finland have signed the Lisbon Treaty. In 2009, the Lisbon Treaty had a very important clause added to it, which is the clause 42.7, which on paper is a mutual defense clause, just like NATO Article 5. However, there are two subtleties to it. First off, NATO Article 5 contains an explicit phrasing of military intervention, which Lisbon Treaty Article 42.7 does not contain. Secondly, Article 42.7 contains a provision that is very vaguely termed, which says that countries have to show support under Article 42.7, but they are not expected to threaten their own security, which is a or their own security policy, which is a very, very vague phrasing, which, from what I can tell, political scientists interpret it as allowing basically every EU country to do what they want, which I think is very problematic. If we look at NATO as a successful alliance at deterring attack, it's because Article 5 is uncompromising and unambiguous. Article 42.7 being ambiguous is problematic. Now, on the other hand, both Finland and Sweden have signed separate pacts. They participate in mutual defense pacts that are led by Germany. One of the pacts is led by Germany, another one is led by France, and the third one is led by the UK. And this is where I think it's very interesting to point out that the UK and France are both nuclear powers. They're not the same level of nuclear power as the US, but I think it's very fair to argue that they both have mutually assured destruction capability, which means that if UK and France are protecting their military partners at the same level US protects NATO members, then Finland and Sweden are under a nuclear umbrella, the same way they would be if they were in NATO. So this begs the question, do they actually need to be in NATO to be protected from Russia? There are arguments on both sides. Obviously, being in NATO would be a much stronger level of protection. However, yeah, sure, you can post the links in chat, Dolo. As long as they're not against TOS, you're fine. So I don't know. So from a purely pragmatic point of view, I don't know if Finland and Sweden actually need to be in NATO to be protected under a nuclear umbrella, under the mutually assured destruction. That being said, NATO is a much stronger protection, and I also 100% understand, given what's happening right now, I 100% understand why people living in Sweden and Finland want that extra protection, why they want to be fully protected under NATO. And the counter-argument to that is that if Russia is actually as dangerous as it appears to be, then there perhaps is like an appeasement argument where Finland and Sweden already have their level of protection, so maybe they actually endanger themselves by getting closer to NATO. It's not clear to me. However, one thing that does seem plausible to me is that it makes sense. It makes sense to me for Sweden and Finland to join NATO now, rather than later when Russia's no longer embroiled in Ukraine. The idea being, Russia probably does not want to run a war on two fronts. You know what I mean? Yeah, France has land and sea nukes, exactly. Oh, the UK has no land-based nukes. Interesting. I thought they had land-based nukes too, but it doesn't matter. Like both countries have them and have both deadman switches and like first strike capability. Based nukes, yeah. Okay, you want me to watch this video? Unpopular opinions. What is this? Russia, Ukraine, and the exhaustion of living in a postmodern unreality. Oh fuck! It's 3 hours and 50 minutes. Okay, I'll put this on the back. I'll put this on the back burner for like watching some other time. Keep in mind, it's like past midnight here. I'm not gonna spend. I'm sorry. I trust you that this is interesting. I'm probably not gonna spend though the next like 4 hours watching this. Watch this now or unsubscribe. Yeah, Finland has fucked up Russia before. A useful asset of NATO if they weren't to join. Oh yeah, there's no denying that that Finland like has is very capable as well. Yo, watch this. Okay. Okay, good one, dude. You got me. You rickrolled me. Aha. Yeah, Finland has history with Russia, absolutely. Play Elden Ring. I unironically want to play Elden Ring, yeah. But I also want to finish reading about like nuclear countermeasures real quick. So the US has an intercept system for ICBMs.
My advanced intelligence can be used like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Thanks for the follow, Murder Comms. I appreciate it. You didn't play it, doesn't count. Well, okay, I'm restreaming on YouTube too. Okay, so I have legal issues with that. Yeah, I think we have a few on land, but UK is super demilitarized. Yeah, all European countries are realizing right now that they are not prepared for the kind of escalation that that we're seeing caused by the Ukraine conflict. Intercept systems are memes. I think ICBMs can't be intercepted anywhere close to reliably. Yeah, that's the problem. How reliable is this? So like this article is really positive about it, but then when we look at the wiki page for the SM-3 missile, it's short and intermediate range ballistic missiles, not long range ICBMs. Which long range ICBMs are the actual threat if we're talking about an MAD scenario, say between the US and Russia. How realistic are nuke countermeasures? Why play Elden Ring when you can play knockoff Factorio Mindustry? I've never played that. Watch this vid. Can we stop a nuke? Smithsonian Mag. Oh, this seems like a good article from... Well, it's a bit old. 2007. Just 5 seconds. Fight for my love, mom and dad. Oppo find... What? Wait, why did you link me that? This is off topic, Tyranid. What are you doing? Can't you just, like, rush them with some sort of suicidal seagulls or something when they get detonated mid-air? Just 5 seconds, watch it. This is a 13-minute video. It's not 5 seconds. Okay.
Well, that's over. Time to show you guys this thing.
Oh, the embargo. Oh, and the gnome. Oh my god. He fucking gnomed me. With the Linus Tech Tips video. Jesus Christ. Okay, good one, Turnit. That was a good one. I was not expecting to get gnomed. That cloud in the article. A handful of uniformed US service members and congressional staffers gathered in a windowless room in the headquarters of the Missile Defense Agency, tucked within a row of nondescript buildings on a low hill overlooking the Pentagon. The guests waited anxiously in the room, called the Management Information Center, watching several large computer displays on the wall in front of them. They were about to find out whether the Missile Defense Agency could stop an ICBM by shooting it down with an interceptor missile. This would be the first test of an interceptor launched as though the country were responding to an actual attack on its homeland. Previous interceptors were fired from Kwajalein Atoll in the Pacific Ocean. This one was to be launched from California. The target rocket had been fired by US forces on Kodiak Island, Alaska. On the screens in the Management Information Center, a red line progressing southward from Alaska toward the west coast of the United States represented its position. The target missile's path was similar to the trajectory that a Taepodong-2 long-range missile launched from North Korea might follow. The difference, of course, was that if the September test failed, the Kodiak-launched target would splash down harmlessly off the Baja Peninsula. The anti-missile system that is, by the order of President George W. Bush, being fielded as it is developed, is a complex web of layered defenses, each aiming at a separate missile threat. Some are meant to thwart missiles as they rise from the pad, the pre-boost phase, while others are designed to destroy them as they descend towards the target, the terminal phase. The flight time between the two phases is called the mid-course. Mid-course defenses are the only ones currently fielded against long-range threats like ICBMs. The focal point of the agency's September test of its ground-based mid-course defense system was the Interceptor missile, launched from Vandenberg Air Force Base in California. According to plan, it would rise out of the Earth's atmosphere and release an infrared-seeking projectile called a kill vehicle that would collide with the target somewhere over the Pacific. Watching the red line's progression across the screen in the Information Center, Air Force Lieutenant General Henry Obering, director of the Missile Defense Agency, had something to prove besides the capability of hitting a bullet with a bullet. Obering, who had spent 7 years helping NASA launch space shuttles, compares the feelings surrounding a missile test to the emotions evoked by a shuttle launch. It was kind of scary, because with all the models and simulations, you just didn't know exactly what was going to happen until it did. With this test, his agency was attempting to redeem itself for a series of failures that had called its competence into question. The lack of mid-course interceptions in the MDA program also suggested that the technology was not mature enough to handle the task. Since they were initiated in 97, mid-course defense test flights have had mixed results. Between 99 and July 2001, 3 of 5 intercept tests had ended in success, but there had been a 4-year lull in mid-course intercept launches, and only failure when they were restarted. The last time the missiles flew, in December 2002, the kill vehicle did not separate from the interceptor that carried it. 2 years of work followed, during which Obering took over the MDA. Engineers from Raytheon Company cleaned up the design and began production of the kill vehicles at their Tucson, Arizona facility. The first mid-course intercept of Obering's tenure was supposed to take place on December 15, 2004, but on that day the interceptor never appeared. A launch computer refused to let the interceptor leave its test silo on Kwajalein. The $10 million test target, already arcing through the fringes of space, fell into the sea. That's quite a failure. Yeah, if Russia wanted to send 1,000 nuclear ICBMs, 2 in 5 is 400. Yep. That's far less of a success percentage that we would need. Orbital Sciences Corporation, the Interceptor's Dulles, Virginia manufacturer, had programmed the rocket with the
advanced intelligence
tolerances
can be used like an octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Thank you for the follow, VFX. This is probably quite outdated at this point. Article from 15 years ago plus the classified gap. I agree, yeah. This is obviously going to be outdated. And what this shows, however, is that the project basically got picked up again. Nuke waiting room, yeah. Oh, is this someone? And I understand. Someone was mad at me yesterday for having the World War III waiting room title on the stream, so I'm going to chill a bit on the clickbait. I mean, Russia only showed attacking Florida with their new missile in 2018, and that's just Florida. Wait, I'm in Florida? Oops. Missile defense is offensive because its only purpose is to increase first strike capability. There's an argument for that as well, sure. Or rather, well, yeah, first strike capability in the sense of minimizing MAD, like the plausibility of MAD, where your first strike takes out a large part of the opponent's nukes, and then their dead man switch retaliation gets shot down by your deterrence. Did you order iodine pills, Daddy? No, I don't have iodine pills. Dude, in Europe, I don't know if it's in the rest of Europe. In France, all salt has iodine included in it, okay? Iodine? Dank memes. Okay, yeah, I pronounced it wrong. Fuck you. So they programmed the rocket with the tolerances of a satellite launcher. Iodine. When the few status reports failed to reach the interceptor's flight control computer, it aborted the launch as though there were an expensive satellite aboard. The problem was fixed by writing a new line of computer code. Obering's team tried again in February 2005. This time, the interceptor refused to leave the silo when one of the 3 support arms designed to keep the rocket upright during an earthquake failed to retract. Another $10 million target was wasted. Shoddy work at Kwajalein was blamed for allowing salt water to seep into the base of the silo, making the air humid and causing glue in the support arms hinges to swell. After that, even the most vocal supporters of the missile defense plan advocated by George W. Bush blasted Obering's agency. One Republican congressman from Alaska, Terry Everett, then chairman of the subcommittee that oversees missile defense, declared that he and his fellow members were disgusted by the failings because, to be honest with you, it didn't appear to be brain science. What is non-brain science? Brain science as opposed to what? I don't get it. Every nuclear country should just get to keep like 5 nuclear subs, problem solved. That would be really good, yeah. And that's like what nuclear de-escalation was slowly pushing towards, but that sub has sailed, sadly. Hand out nukes to kids, yeah. What the fuck did you just link me, Chinchilla? Lukashenko, Putin. Yeah, this interview. Yeah, let's watch it afterwards to have a laugh after this serious topic. Wait, what was I reading? Oh yeah, I was reading this. Until some country killed the treaty. I know, right? Thank me later. Oh no. Brain science versus foot science. 628 until 638. Salt bays searing. Dude, I actually have a brain problem. I have a literal brain problem. I love watching Salt Bay's stupid ass cooking videos. The thing where he does like the salt, like watching a bunch of fucking ghouls in Dubai spend thousands of dollars on like a normal piece of steak. And I actually enjoy watching that. I don't know what's wrong with me. I have to talk about it with my therapist, I think. I have a little brain problem. There's a clip, yeah. Add it to the list. We should standardize all nukes so we can cancel them mid-launch. That way it gives countries a backup plan in the middle of the trajectory. Yeah. Maybe it's not a problem, it's a blessing, lol. It's just age. Okay, anyways, don't derail me. I'll watch it. I swear I'll watch it, Tico Meister, but I want to finish this article. Inside the missile agency's headquarters in September 2006, the red line of the target grew on the display map for 16 minutes and 40 seconds before a blue line appeared on the southern California coast. A brigade with the Army Space and Missile Defense Command had launched a single long-range interceptor from a silo at the Vandenberg base. So far, so good. At least the interceptor was airborne. If the US comes under attack, plans call for interceptor missiles in Air Force bases at Vandenberg and Fort Greely in Alaska to roar out of holes in the ground to the fringes of space, where they would release the 155-pound kill vehicles. Even as interceptors are being deployed, the US has already fielded 14 interceptors in Alaska and 2 in California. The Missile Defense Agency must continue to develop the system through a series of $100 million tests. For 16 interceptors? 16 interceptors? Against thousands of nukes? We're fucked! This is impossible. And they're so expensive. There's no fucking hope. When one looks at what must go right in the first minutes of an actual attack, it's easy to see why Obering's job is uninviable, and his agency's budget so vast. An attack would first be detected by US Defense Support Program satellites, which sense the infrared radiation of enemy missiles rising from their launch pads. The first generation of the system was launched in the 70s, but upgrades and new satellites have brought modern capabilities to the Space Imager system. The satellites would tell ground radars where to look in the sky to find the enemy rockets after their engines burned out. The ground radars, someday to be augmented with sophisticated ground and space sensors, would transmit tracking coordinates to US Strategic Command Control rooms in Alaska and Colorado, where members of a specially formed Army brigade would pull the trigger on the interceptor missiles. Computers would feed targeting data to the interceptor missiles via fiber optic cables and satellites. These initial weapon task plans must arrive before the missiles blast out of their holes, so that their nozzles can be pointed at the incoming warheads. All that must happen within 16 minutes. Any later, and the defense would fall to radar-guided rockets, or terminal defenses, fired as the warheads are falling through the atmosphere towards their intended victims. Most terminal systems, such as variants of the Patriot missile battery and the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, are designed to target short and medium-range theater missiles, not long-range ones. Assuming the interceptor missiles make it into the air by their deadline, information from ground-based radars will provide the interceptors with updated information on the target's location as they rise to meet them. As the distance closes, the interceptors will release their kill vehicles. By this time, the enemy missiles will have dissolved into a hail of objects streaking towards the United States at perhaps 15,000 miles per hour. Inside that cloud of warheads, inflated Mylar decoy balloons, shaped and painted to look like real warheads, could distract the kill vehicles, if not for the guidance given by their infrared eyes and small thrusters. If all goes well, each kill vehicle will collide with an incoming warhead at about 18,000 miles per hour. Until new sensors are created, finding the real warheads among the decoys requires a shotgun approach. If I can't discriminate what's a decoy and what's a warhead, I have to launch interceptors at all of the objects. But in September 2006, the goal was to direct a single kill vehicle to a single target warhead, using upgraded tracking radar at Beale Air Force Base. Alright, let's see if they succeeded. This was in 2006. They achieved the intercept. Okay. Now, this is 15 years ago, so... okay, I'll catch up with chat real quick. And this was at a time where Russia was not in the equation. Anyways, let's catch up with chat real quick. Hashtag safe nukes. He shall not finish the article. I did not finish it, but I skipped the ending. Come on. I haven't been able to find death estimates from the aftermath, the nuclear winter and destruction of industry. I mean, it depends, man. It depends on a lot of the scale and like who gets targeted and stuff. Someone said to me yesterday, you know we have missiles that can intercept nukes. Oh, sweet summer child. Yeah. Russia would probably have mass nuked the interceptors first, then aim for the nuke spots, then major cities. So little cities and villages are safe. Go there. The real safe part is like fucking South America. No one's gonna nuke South America.
And no more Star Wars.
Fuck. Bernie's anti Disney Star Wars.
And no more Star Wars.
Brutal. I thought Bernie was on the SJW side. Is he also mad at Ray being Mary Sue? What the fuck? Thought he was a feminist. Russia would probably... Oh yeah, I already read that. If every country gets like 5 nuclear submarines, what about Mongolia? Yeah. Mongolia gets airship nukes? The Force disagrees. Yeah. Alright. So that was 15 years ago. Then in 2020, we have more successful intercepts, but this time with ship-launched systems. Oh, this is an interesting read. This goes along with what Trent was saying, that nuclear deterrence is actually an escalation of the risk of nuclear war. A new US missile defense test may have increased the risk of nuclear war. So the SM-3 interceptor successfully destroyed an ICBM target in the test. With this milestone, the SM-3 Block 2A becomes only the second US interceptor type to exhibit this capability. The consequences for strategic stability and future arms control are serious. Since the late 90s, US homeland missile defense efforts have been scoped around defending the country from a limited ballistic missile threat from North Korea and Iran. Earlier post-Cold War efforts focused on a wider range of potential threats. Because Iran does not currently possess an ICBM capability, the nominal threat today concerns North Korea, which has conducted 3 ICBM tests involving 2 separate missile designs. Beyond North Korea, however, Russia and China have long expressed concerns that the United States seeks to counter their capacity to use ICBMs against it. These concerns have intensified since the US in 2002 withdrew from the 72 Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. The 2019 US Missile Defense Review notes that the US relies on deterrence, as opposed to missile defense, to protect the homeland against Russian and Chinese ICBMs. But officials in both countries have expressed concerns that US homeland missile defense efforts undermine their strategic nuclear deterrence. They have reasons to think that US President Donald Trump remarked during the launch of the MDR that the core US missile defense objective is to ensure that we can detect and destroy any missile launched against the US, anywhere, anytime, any place. The president's former national security advisor, John Bolton, similarly cited China as one of the reasons why we're looking at strengthening our national missile defense system here in the US. In November 16, 2020, a US Navy Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, USS John Finn, launched an SM-3 Block 2A interceptor, a missile designed to quickly ascend from the Earth's surface and kinetically strike ballistic missile re-entry vehicles outside of the Earth's atmosphere, using what is known as hit-to-kill technology. Minutes earlier, a target missile... we already read about the experiment. Though the MDA has not clarified the nature of the specific target missile, distances between Kwajalein Atoll and the Pacific Ocean northeast of Hawaii fall short of the roughly 8,000-kilometer distance between North Korea and Hawaii, and the similar distance between North Korea and the northwestern United States. Because missile re-entry vehicle speeds increase with range, this test would not have been appropriately representative of a North Korean ICBM. Moreover, the target missile likely did not incorporate sophisticated or even rudimentary countermeasures or other missile defense defeat measures, including multiple warheads. Overall, the November 16 test marks just the third successful demonstration of a US hit-to-kill BMD interceptor against what the MDA describes as a threat-representative target. The ground-based mid-course defense system, the only US missile defense system built from the ground up to address ICBM-class threats, has succeeded twice in such tests, in 2017 and in 2019. FTM-44 was a congressionally mandated test, motivated in part by North Korea's demonstration of an ICBM capability in 2017. The MDA had earlier suggested that the Block 2A variant of the SM-3 missile would be capable of defeating ICBM threats. Later, the MDA explicitly denied that the Block 2A interceptor was designed to manage ICBM-class threats. Rattled by North Korea's rapid missile advancements in 2017, the US Congress took action, guiding the MDA to explore the SM-3 Block 2A adaptability to ICBM threats. Section 1680 of the 2018 National Defense Authorization Act directed the MDA to evaluate and demonstrate, if technologically feasible, the capability to defeat a simple intercontinental ballistic missile threat using the standard Missile 3 Block 2A missile interceptor. Earlier testing of the missile focused nearly exclusively on medium and intermediate range threats. The 2019 MDR reiterated plans for the SM-3 Block 2A's adaptation for a counter-ICBM role, describing it as an underlay for GMD that may ease the burden on that troubled system. Thus, the FTM-44 test represents a realization of latent capability, at the direction of Congress following the first North Korean ICBM flight tests in 2017. So, my understanding of what we're reading here is that it is a success, but it is definitely not an actual protection from like a real coordinated attack, say from Russia or China. If those are the hypotheticals we're thinking of, we're talking about thousands of ICBMs being launched, potentially. I mean, for Russia, it's thousands. For China nukes, I don't know how many they have. 260 total warheads. Okay, so not thousands. But still, it is not clear that the US has that many SM-3 missiles in the first place, even if they had a 100% kill rate. So it may save you from some rogue ones, at least. Yeah, I mean, this project was clearly designed with North Korea in mind, or Iran. It was designed with rogue states capabilities in mind. It is, however, not at all a project that has that changes the nuclear balance between, say, Russia or China and the US. China's slacking. China need to get their money up. I wish we were in a world where that was not going to be a consideration. But maybe China's going to start building nukes again. Who the fuck knows? Yeah, mutually assured destruction still being a thing. Absolutely. This absolutely doesn't stop it. Dudes, I'm going to go get some sleep. All right, good night, Damdanet. All right, what did I miss as well? So from 15,000 warheads divided respectively to the countries that have those, mainly Russia and the US, how are those divided? As in, how many missiles of each type does that amount to? I don't know. I don't know how many actual ICBMs there are. There might not be thousands of ICBMs, on the other hand. Also, if Paris gets nuked, I mentioned this yesterday, and you don't get vaporized, go to the highest floor for 1 to 2 weeks, and the fallout won't be as lethal. Good to know. I'll remember that, I guess. But I'll probably just die, dude. I literally live in the like in Paris. My best hot tub streamer is streaming. No hard feelings. See ya. All right, no worries. Sounds like I need to do another hot tub stream, because I have done a hot tub stream in the past. You have missed some sick content, okay? I actually have an anime schoolgirl bikini that I wore for the hot tub stream. Yeah, another one. Maybe. Hey, maybe during the ski trip. There's I wouldn't stream from the swimming pool if there's other people and stuff, but that may be a thing. We could do like a swimming pool stream, perhaps. You can look it up. Of course, it's probably not all of them, but countries have to make their numbers public on their start. Let's see. How many ICBMs? How many ICBM Russia? So this is, what's the date? Why is there not a date on this article? Who the fuck writes articles without dating them? Come on, dude. Okay. I would prefer the nukes get to me. I wouldn't want to live in the post-apocalyptic world. That's a fair stance to take. I would prefer surviving, unless it's like the horrible, unless it's like full-on fucking radiation sickness. In which case, yeah, it's better to die right away. I see LGBT. You're straight. No, I'm bisexual. I should probably say pansexual. Because I've seen some people interpret as bisexual being like you'll date men and women, but only cis men and cis women. Whereas I would, if I was attracted to a trans person, I could. There are plenty of trans people that I find attractive. Like I don't have a problem with that. And I mean, dicks can be really cute and everything. So you know. That's the most annoying thing when you're trying to reference and there's no date. Yeah, it like invalidates the whole information. Or non-binary or agender or whatever. Yeah, exactly. There's like a whole scope of genders, which for me they're included in bisexual in the sense that in my brain it's just like the whole like scale, right? From most masculine to most feminine, like everything's fair game. But yeah, technically pansexual is the correct term. There's an estimate. I'll try to find it. All right, thanks. List of nuclear weapons. Yeah, but the thing is, those lists are usually just warheads, right? They're not the actual ICBMs. I mean, maybe they are. Yeah, this is like a list of explosions, actually. Or like models, rather. Oh, they are? Wait, sorry. Should I have continued scrolling? Nah, this is literally just a list of the... Oh, nuclear artillery shells. Missile and rocket warheads. Okay, I see. But those aren't numbers, though. Like, we don't know how many there are. Top of each country section? Oh. God, maybe I should actually read things. I don't see it. Like for the US. Am I blind? I literally don't see it. See it's in the source. Date published 2022 02/17. Damn. Thanks, Mammoth. Okay, am I blind? Under headline, main article. Oh. There we go. Okay. All right, land-based, blah, blah, blah. Land-based ICBMs. So 450 missiles in 2012. Then there are the air-based delivery systems, which we have to keep in mind Russia also would have, like stealth bombers and that kind of stuff. Chat, is he blind? Chat! So we have 36 nuclear-armed B-52s and 13 B-2 Spirits. Oh, the B-52 is not stealth, but the B-2 is stealth. Okay. Okay. And finally, submarine-based ballistic missiles. Which, 14 subs, which have a maximum of 24 missiles. So that's 14 times 24. That's a lot. Holy shit. That's like a couple hundred as well. So as of 2018, it's 203 SLBMs are deployed. Yeah. What exactly is Russia aiming for with 7,000 nuclear warheads or so? Decimating the whole existence? No. It's they're not aiming for anything. Decommissioning nuclear warheads is really fucking expensive. Okay, you want Russia to decommission nukes? They don't need that many nukes. They don't want to have that many nukes. You want them to decommission nukes? Pay for it. They don't want that. They can't. They don't want to waste money on it. There's a fire at the nuclear power plant in Ukraine. Can you link me? Or I'll Google it. On the right in the table, it gives you summarized numbers. Oh. Yeah. 1,600 methods of delivery, including ICBMs, bombers, and including MIRV warheads on SLBMs. That's a lot of methods of delivery. And say Russia. Strategic arsenal 1,588 as well. So yeah, we're at 1,600 options on both sides. As a result of the shelling at the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant, a fire started. The exact location of the fire is being specified. CCTV cameras at the plant show flames and smoke. Oh, there's no sound. That's really fucking scary. God damn it. Where's the flames and smoke, though? Am I blind? Is this the flames? Oh yeah, this looks like flames. Yeah, this is the flames. Oh no. From the B-29 Super Fortress of World War II to the B-52 Stratofortress, we're really good with names. Yeah. Yeah, so this isn't Chernobyl. Imagine cluster bomblet nukes. I'd rather not. Good luck with your 14 interceptor system. I was 14 in 2007, but yeah. Ever played the strategic war game? It's called Command and Conquer. Sadly, no. I haven't read it. I don't think the Russians are that reckless. If this is true, this is 100% an accident. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way the Russian army actually wanted to cause that. Like, no matter how bad and evil the things the Russian army are, this is just not achieving anything for them to trigger a nuclear catastrophe in Ukraine. Yeah, hopefully it's just the surroundings of the plant and the actual plant's safeguards are still in place. Hopefully. There are ICBM warheads that contain multiple nukes. Yes, absolutely. Once it's in space, it repositions the top cone, opens up, and there's a few dummy ones as well as a few actual nukes. So it's essentially a cluster bomb. Yeah, that's what we're seeing. Nah, bro, the whole plan was to turn a power plant into a dirty bomb, despite having 1,600 nukes. Yeah. And to be fair, like, if you want to go full fucking insane conspiracy theory, you could argue that that they want to. No, this is not near Chernobyl. If I recall correctly, Zaporizhzhia. Let me pull up live UA map again. If I recall correctly, yeah, Zaporizhzhia is here. So it's somewhere near Zaporizhzhia, in the center of Ukraine. It would give plausible deniability. You could be like, oh, we accidentally blew up a power plant, but I know it would be really stupid. Not just stupid, it would be goalish, but also like really, honestly, really stupid. Oof, thank God, the nuclear mix-up would have been deadly. I mean, yes and no, but yeah. Hopefully whatever's happening there is contained. Toxic water, though, yeah, that shit can cause the whole region to the whole area to become poisonous. Have a nuclear wasteland as a buffer zone between them and NATO. Oh no, that's the master plan. Oh no, I really fucking hope not. Why would anyone ever shell a nuclear power plant? And it has to be a mistake, right? It has to be a mistake. There's no way they're that fucking stupid. Probably to try and gain control of it if there are Ukrainian defenses stationed there. Well, same. Like, why would the Ukrainian army post defenses inside the nuclear power plant? I don't know, man. We will see. I mean, history will tell, but this interview is hilarious.
Я подполковник по званию, я же не могу себе генералиссимуса звезду повесить или генеральскую. Путин полковник обещал мне полковника присвоить. До сих пор не присвоил.
Putin hasn't named me Colonel Tantis.
Может присвоить Путин? Российская армия. Ну как вы себе представляете, что...
I want to be a colonel in the Russian army.
Президент независимой Беларуси является полковником российской армии. Ну и что? Это же моя проблема, а не ваша. Подождите. Пообещал, делай. Но вы же в российской армии-то и не служили. Вы же служили в советской армии. Советская. Она была и российская, и белорусская. Конечно. Присвой мне звание полковника советской армии. Ну, советская тоже не может, потому что тогда будут говорить, вот, мы говорили, что Путин хочет восстановить Советский Союз. Ну, хорошо. Вот. Ну, что, пусть хочет, и что? Ну что тут такого? Не, ну, а что ему запретить желать? А затем, то есть вы хотите, чтобы полковник...
I love that Lukashenko is, like, unironically debating this. Like, well, so what? Like, he thinks he's gonna somehow convince this guy, and that's gonna get him his rank. I don't get it. It has to be a mistake. There's no way anyone would fuck around a nuclear power plant since Chernobyl. Yeah. At least this whole thing and the implications on our gas supply brought back the conversation of maybe not turning off our last 3 reactors this year. Oh, yeah, and in Germany, you mean? Yeah. Man, Mariupol is basically besieged at this point. What is this? 14 hours ago, advisor to Ukraine's interior minister says Mariupol is surrounded by Russian forces. Yeah. Mariupol is besieged. I don't see how they can stand. Hey mate, just came on. How serious is this assault on the NPP? Sounds awful. Well, we have the breaking news. It's at the moment we just see a fire from the CCTV. We don't have any extra information on whether it's an actual threat to the power plant or if it's just an unfortunate incident on the outskirts of the power plant. But what you can see here is just well, a fire and like outside the actual facilities. Hopefully it gets contained. At least this whole thing and the implications are... Oh yeah, I already read that. I stopped following the troops in detail. It's inevitable at this point. That's interesting. ITV posted a video of them leaving Mariupol, the last caravan of reporters leaving. They were accosted by Russian soldiers while leaving. It was scary because the tanks came rolling up from out of the fog. I see. If Russia has connections with China, Iran, North Korea, other smaller ones, sanctions on Russia doesn't make much difference, really. They still got their allies mentioned, no? Well, this is why sanctions are going to be extended to Belarus as well. There's already discussions going on to extend sanctions to Belarus for actively participating in the war, hosting the Russian bases, etc. That being said, the biggest issue with the sanctions is China, Iran, North Korea. They're not going to have issues trading with Russia. Sanctioning China is a whole other can of worms. That's not something that that's not something that's realistic. If you look at the problems posed by sanctioning Russia in the first place, sanctioning China is just not something that's going to happen. North Korea is already under sanction, probably as hard as they can be. That doesn't change anything. And Iran, honestly, Biden was finally taking steps to revive the Iran nuclear deal. We want Iran on our side. We don't want to antagonize them. I disagree with the idea of going like full-on sanctions on Iran. If there's potential to flip Iran to like Western interests. There's no way Ukraine is contesting in the air, right? Zelensky wouldn't be asking for a no-fly zone otherwise, right? Oh yeah, someone asked about the no-fly zone earlier. The issue I perceive with the no-fly zone, I might be wrong about this concerning like the rules of diplomacy, but my understanding, and once again, like correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that a no-fly zone, to enforce it, you would have to have say like EU or NATO planes flying over Ukraine. How can you have that without triggering World War III is something I just don't see happening. If you don't have planes flying over Ukraine, then how do you enforce the no-fly zone? I don't see Russia agreeing to a no-fly zone out of the goodwill of their heart. On the thing I wanted to bring up before the panel, what about Ukraine joining the EU but not NATO as a potential middle ground? So on the one hand, that would legitimize the aid that we're giving Ukraine. However, it would open the can of worms of the Lisbon Treaty Article 42.7 by giving an excuse for certain European nations to send actually troops on the ground into Ukraine under Article 42.7. It could be the same. It could be the exact same scenario as NATO sending troops into Ukraine, where it triggers World War III. So that's kind of scary. Until Article 42.7 gets clarified for this scenario, it's actually a bit of a dangerous situation. And on the other hand, it would be kind of weird. Like we already had Turkey pipe up and tell the EU, "What the fuck, guys?" Or no, not Turkey. Sorry. Oh yeah, it was Turkey. It actually was Turkey. Turkey being like, "What the fuck, guys? We want to be part of the EU too. Expedite our process as well. If you're going to expedite the Ukraine, expedite us." Also, finally, Chinchilla was telling me something that I have not fact-checked. But Chinchilla was telling me that the Dutch actually vetoed the EU application from Ukraine. But then they took down their veto, but in exchange for a compromise. So basically, like the Ukraine EU application stuff, as far as I can tell, it's probably not going to lead to anything until the war ends. One way or the other. I don't see much potential in it happening. It wasn't an EU application. It literally was an EU application. Like Ukraine filed an application. Oh, it was an association treaty. Okay. I thought it was an application. That's how the articles were talking about it. Let's double check. But one thing that I do see eventually, I could definitely see EU membership being a chip on the table when it comes to negotiating with Russia. That I could definitely see potential for. Yeah, filed an application to join the EU is what I read as well, Crimson. Still haven't applied for the affiliate thing yet then. I have applied, but I have run into problems with the affiliate onboarding process. It's really fucking stupid. When I put in my address and then the address gets copied into the tax form, because I'm a U.S. citizen, so I need to file like a W-9 tax form with Twitch for the payments. They like copy paste my address into the tax form, like it's automated, and then the tax form is supposed to be validated by the Twitch software, and the Twitch software returns, oh, there's a different address in step 1 of the application process and in the tax form. I'm like, what the fuck? It's literally, it's the same fucking address. It's the same fucking address, and there's like some dumb thing that's happening in the validation where like it's one character is not the same as another character, and it's not approving it. It's really annoying. But I do plan on considering the affiliate seriously. One thing I'm wondering though about Trigve is I really do want to like do that and grow the channel, etc. But I've already noticed, like a week ago I had 100 viewers for the first Ukraine coverage stream. Now I'm down to like 30 to 40, which is still great. Like considering my previous averages were like 15 to 20, it's twice as many viewers. I'm super glad about that. I'm super happy people are following the channel and coming back. But like 100 viewers, it's worth to be affiliate. It's obviously worth it to be affiliate. If I'm gonna stabilize around like 30-40 viewers, I think that's a bit low to monetize the channel. The point where it seems interesting to me is if I can consistently get like over 50 viewers and be like stable around 60-70 viewers, then I think the monetization is far more interesting. Of course, it depends also on how much engagement I actually get with the subs. There are some channels that have like 100 average viewers but 1,000 subs. So like if I'm at like 30 viewers but I have 100 subs, that obviously is worth it. That is like what, $250 a month. That would be great. But yeah. 2016 Dutch-Ukraine European Union Association Agreement referendum. Oh, that's like an old one. I need more Raid Shadow Legends. Man, I was actually thinking about it. Yeah. Oh no, Kino, you only get half of the sub money. It's a 50% split with Twitch. So 50 viewers times $5 subs. 50 subs is $125 a month, not $250. Have you watched Putin yet? I don't think so. Wait, what are you talking about? Yeah, my application got vetoed. Streamers need a union. Unironically, that would be interesting to see, yeah. Oh, the link you sent before the podcast. Fuck. Oh no, I think I tried to watch it, but it was blocked by because it was a YouTube video, right? Or was it a different one? I'm sorry. Do I still have it here? I opened this. Maybe I have it in another tab. I have this tab. Oh yeah, Putin makes statement on Ukraine invasion. Yeah, this, you did send me this. All right, let's check it out. The Rickroll, yeah. Yeah, unironically, I finally got the Raid Shadow Legends money, which was I got $400 for just getting 20 people to do like the Raid Shadow Legends tutorial. So I might just do another one as well, and get like another 400 or $600, which would be really nice. Anyways, enough like monetization discussion. Let's check out Putin.
They're still keeping them there as hostages, effectively.
Oh yeah, we've heard this because we regularly get like pro-Russian people in the chat repeating Russian propaganda. We actually have a pretty decent idea of what the Russian line of thinking is. So we've seen this argued that by drafting all men of like age from 18 to 60 and preventing them from leaving, the Russians are arguing that Zelensky's government is holding Ukrainians hostage.
neo-Nazis started shooting at the Chinese students who wanted to leave Kharkiv, and 2 of them got injuries. So
I don't know how true that is.
hundreds of foreign citizens are trying to leave the shelling area, and they're effectively...
So there have been reports of bad behavior, whether it's violence or discrimination against non-Ukrainian refugees, but who are still from Ukraine. There seems to be still, so that stuff is happening, but like outright shooting Chinese people is I have not heard of that happening. I'd like to see the sources on that. Hostage, I call it. Yeah, it's not a hostage taking. It's mobilization. Exactly. Every country under attack would do the same, including Russia. The qualifying it as a hostage taking is pure propaganda. It's dishonest propaganda, even more so.
Kept as hostages, and they're being offered to go to Lviv and then immigrate to Poland that way. Our military have provided corridors in all areas of contact without exceptions, so that civilians, including foreign citizens, could leave the areas. I would like to...
So from a humanitarian point, this is really positive. I hope the Russian army properly organizes those corridors to minimize loss of life. Who was it during someone during the panel? I think it was Chao or Chinchilla brought up an interesting point though, that it probably also helps Russia for their plans if the civilians all leave. Less civilians means less people who are staying to resist and to fight back against the army. So there might just be like a vested interest in having people evacuate and be refugees rather than stay and throw Molotov cocktails at the Russian army. It's bullshit. He's not letting people out. I did see like mainstream Western media show estimates of it was like yesterday already 140,000 of 140,000 refugees headed into Russia. So I'm pretty sure, I don't know how true the whole corridor thing is, but refugees going to Russia is a real thing. It's not positive. They did the same in Chechnya with the humanitarian corridors and then effectively just slaughtered people trying to leave. I do have hope that the strong ethnic ties between the Ukrainians and the Russians will protect them from that kind of behavior. I don't trust the Russian regime either, but the Russian regime still has to be able to at least pretend it's acting in the interest of the Russian and Ukrainian people. It has to have at least plausible deniability.
To emphasize again, nationalists are not allowing them to do this. Moreover, they are saying to foreign citizens to go to their authorities who need to address foreign ministry of Ukraine. Worse still, neo-Nazis are treating their own population as human shields. Our military are also pointing out that in Donbass and Severodonetsk and Lysychansk and others, citizens who live in high-rise buildings are being forced to go to the lower floors, and they put
I already know what he's saying. I already knew what he's going to say. So this is the Russian government setting up the justification for the targeting of civilian buildings. It's just that. It's the same. It's the exact same logic when you see, say, the Israeli army shoot a missile on a Palestinian school. They'll be like, well, yeah, it was a school, but do you know what? On the roof of that school, there was a bunch of terrorists with rocket launchers. This is exactly what Putin is doing here. He's like, well, they put cannons in the residential buildings, so it's not our fault. We're gonna kill everyone now.
Upper floors.
This is really fucking scary.
And they put snipers on
He
top.
looked at the playbook, yeah.
This is how Nazis behaved when Russians fought for them, Germans in Ukraine. And unfortunately, we have.
He knows that he's doing it. Oh, for sure. Of course, he knows what he's doing here.
Losses, and our duty is to support the families of our military who are fighting for our people of Russia. To all family members of all the fallen soldiers, they will receive insurance payouts, and each member of their families will receive.
So this is very clearly Putin's anticipating discontent over the war. Promising money to people at its core is populism. He's doing this is like anticipating the need for damage control, in my opinion.
Financial compensation, but moreover, I believe that it's necessary to set additional payments to the military and other forces that are participating in this operation in the amount of 5 million rubles. All military who are participating in this operation will also
also, you know, if your currency is already has already lost almost all of its value, printing more of it, will it really cause more inflation? You might as well throw around millions of rubles. What does the headline say? Your melon is in the way. Oh, what does the headline say? Russian President Vladimir Putin says Russians and Ukrainians are one people, even if many Ukrainians have been brainwashed.
Receive additional payouts, insurance payouts, plus compensation for any injuries. If
there you go, you can read it now.
If a soldier is not able to continue his military service as a result of this operation, they will receive a payout of 2.9 million rubles, and this has been put in law already.
So Russia and Ukraine is a hoax? There really is just one guy, yes.
I believe we need to ensure additional payments to the staff of the Ministry of Defense and any injured personnel in the amount of 3 million rubles. I would like to emphasize again that our officers and soldiers are fighting for Russia, for the peaceful life of citizens of Donbass, to demilitarize and denazify Ukraine, so that we do not have anybody who is threatening us at our borders, including threatening us with nuclear weapons. And we are proud with our military. We will remember our fallen comrades. We will do everything to support their family, their children, to support their education. And I ask you to honor them with a minute of silence.
Okay, skipping ahead a minute. Alright, my friend, I have to go to bed. It's late in Norway. Can I just ask if you're broadcasting from the US or Canada, or are you just naturally nocturnal? I'm nocturnal. I live in Paris, France. I greatly appreciate your work either way, mate. I'm happy I found your channel. Keep your excellent work. I appreciate the kind words. Really, thanks a lot, Trygve. Hope to see you around. I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. So yeah, and so on and so forth. So hope to see you around. Bye-bye. Have a good night. I think it's easy to simply deny shelling against civilian buildings or say it's accidental, but to have infantry attack or what he's doing right now, like claiming that there's military installations in the civilian buildings. But to have infantry attack civilians using humanitarian corridors on camera, for example, would have a particular shock factor that I don't think Putin would do it. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Maybe, but I would argue that if he does it, it would be if the Russian army starts going that hardcore, it would be it would shock me. I don't think that that's quite what they want to do yet either.
Well, there we are. We've been listening to Vladimir Putin in Moscow. This is Mark Austin here with the News Hour from Lviv in Ukraine tonight. And I'll just go through what President Putin has been saying to the Russian nation. Basically, he was saying that the special military operation, as he called it, was on schedule and going to plan. He then talked about a posthumous award for a senior Russian general who was killed in Ukraine. He was a hero, he said, a national hero. And in fact, he's still speaking. Let's just have a listen.
Standing their duty. Even after injuries, soldiers and officers continue to fight. They sacrifice their lives in order to save their comrades and peaceful citizens. In the course of fighting, our military and the formations of Donbass and Lugansk showing heroism. And we see a great example in Donetsk region. Fighters under the command of Brigada, they were able to break through a very strengthened line of defense that had been strengthened over the last 8 years. The commander of the tank detachment, during his fight, destroyed 5 tanks. On the 25th of February,
Hi, this is just like classic wartime propaganda. Now we're just listening to the Russian version of the Ghost of Kiev. Yeah, the Ghost. This guy took down 50 tanks with his balls out, etc., etc.
Of the Lovkin, Alexei Lovkin encountered 15 tanks and 6 BMP of the nationalists. And having attacked them, they destroyed all BMPs and 5 tanks, having achieved the goal without any losses. I signed an order. To award Gajimagomedov the status of the honor of hero of Russia posthumously.
Oh. So yes, this general, he said, that died was the same one that was in the room 4 days ago when he put nukes on high alert. Interesting.
As a real commander, he was protecting his soldiers. Having received a heavy wound, he continued to fight. And
yeah, we're going to interrupt Vladimir Putin. He's saying what he's already been saying, in fact, to his what appears to be politicians or his Security Council. Good evening to you. We are in Ukraine this evening. Our Security and Defence Editor, Deborah Haynes, is with me. And I just want to tell you a little more about what he said. He said that this general who had been killed here in Ukraine was a national hero. He was giving him a posthumous award. And then he made a series of claims that are simply not based, as far as we know, on any evidence at all. He said, the fact is we're fighting neo-Nazis and foreign fighters, and they are using civilians as human shields. Hundreds of foreign citizens are trying to leave the areas where the fighting is happening, but are being stopped by the Ukrainian military. He said, we are making humanitarian corridors, but the Ukrainians are not letting people out. He said, the Russian and Ukrainian people, this is telling, the Russian and Ukrainian people are one. And he said, even if many Ukrainians have been brainwashed, and he then called for a minute's silence. Well, alongside me, as I say, is Deborah Haynes. And Deborah, I think it's the first time
Yeah, Andromeda, Krosnam. Ukraine signed a deal called the Budapest Memorandum in '94, where they gave away their nukes. However, they kept a civil nuclear program. There are 15 nuclear power plants functioning in Ukraine. So they have had that all this time. It's not I don't know. Honestly, it's not that surprising that they still have nuclear power plants after Chernobyl, to me at least. Simply because like they already have them. You're talking about a pretty poor country. You want them to swap out their entire electricity infrastructure when they have some like perfectly functional nuclear power plants. I don't know. I it's hard for me to see it because honestly, I'm rather pro nuclear power. It seems like a pretty rational choice, a calculated risk, if I may. Obviously, it's dangerous, but we do need to reduce carbon emissions, and I mean, nuclear power is one of the like easy solutions. It's not an all-encompassing solution, but it is one that has to be explored, I think. But anyways, sorry.
We've had such an update since this special operation, as he called it, began. Yeah, since this invasion, this war, which are two words that apparently Russian media.
You know what? I'm gonna take a book out of Putin's playbook. The next time I bang your mom, I'm gonna be calling it a special operation.
Aren't being allowed to use. And I thought it was interesting as well when he said he gave this update and kind of made out that everything's going to plan, whereas actually on the ground it seems the opposite is true. This was supposed to be a lightning encirclement of Kiev, the capital, a toppling of the regime, and an installment, the government, an installment of a pro-Moscow regime. And yet where are we? Eight days in, the only city that seems to have potentially fallen to the Russians is Kherson in the south. And even there is still fighting going on, and an armed forces representative on the Ukrainian side contested the idea that the city had fallen to the Russians. So the idea that President Putin is putting across that it's all going really well doesn't match, like you said, with reality. But the really interesting thing as well to say in all of this is the information war that's going on. We're living in two alternate realities. There's the reality as you and I see and feel and know and hear and can talk about here in Ukraine and across much of the rest of the world. But in Russia itself, many people aren't getting free access to different forms of information. So they hear...
Oh shit, that's a good one, Gehirnhug. It's going to be a tough one to phrase that as denazification, but maybe you can do so by claiming you're just getting her to take a liking to Jewish Polish penis. That's a good one. I like that. I'm denazifying your mother's pussy with some circumcised Jewish penis. Hells yeah.
What President Putin says, and they don't have any other counter to that. So they presumably have to believe it. And the reality is, as we speak, a brutal siege of Mariupol and attacks on other towns and cities, the like of which we're witnessing on our screens now. But the siege of Mariupol is turning into a truly brutal attack. Well, the reports coming out of there are horrific. The city under siege, like you say, under attack, under bombardment, and officials saying that it's actually too dangerous to get people out, the wounded out, to get them for help. And right now, or this evening, you've had these talks taking place, a second round of talks between Ukrainian negotiators and Russian negotiators at an undisclosed location. The Ukrainian negotiator actually tweeted a picture of it. It's interesting. You had the Ukrainians in their combat fatigues, the Russians in suits and ties. And one of the requests on the Ukrainian side is for a ceasefire for this humanitarian corridor because their people are suffering, civilians are suffering. And a clear sign, though, that President Putin is not backing down.
So, one thing I want to say, a ceasefire is a very, very normal thing and like a bare minimum of showing goodwill in this kind of situation. Refusing the ceasefire is callous. Refusing the ceasefire and running negotiations is pretty fucking bad faith. Also, Suvak, are you, is my stream you're watching when you're asking why they bombing civil apartments? Russian soldiers have entered nuclear plant in Ukraine. There is a growing fire on the site and now a firefight occurring inside the 9th largest nuclear power plant in the world. Ceasefire is only used to refuel and restock for the next attack. Not necessarily, no. There is historical precedent for ceasefires used for other reasons, including as a show of good faith going into negotiations. Now, this doesn't have to happen every time, but yeah. Homes destroyed by someone that said he was not going after civilians. Well, look at it. 2 days ago, Putin was like, "No, we're not going to attack civilians." Today, we listened to him talk about in this video. 4 hours ago, Putin was talking about how there are cannons inside residential high-rises, and then look at this. According to a source close to President Macron, President Putin warned that the worst is yet to come regarding Ukraine in a call. It fucking pisses me off that my prediction is coming true. I really fucking wish I was wrong about this.
In any way.
But it seems to be coming true.
Today, from that phone call from the French President Emmanuel Macron, you'll remember he's the one that seemed to have the closest rapport, relatively speaking, of Western leaders with the Russian president. He went to Moscow, didn't he, before all this happened, and sat on that long table and tried to negotiate some kind of drawdown.
Oops.
Or stop from the invasion, which failed. And the phone call today, the readout from the Elysee, was really depressing. President Putin insisting that he would continue until he achieved his aims, which, let's remember, it's not just about Ukraine, it's about the security architecture of Europe. And President Macron saying to him that his attitude, calling the government here a Nazi regime, is just delusional.
All right, we want to talk about that just a little bit later.
Macron is absolutely not pro-Russian. The reason they're talking, the reason they say Macron is like close to Putin is not because Macron is pro-Russian. Quite the contrary. Macron is pro-EU. The France is decidedly behind Ukraine. However, what is the reality is that Macron has been the most active negotiator and proponent for peace. In the weeks leading up to the invasion, Macron was meeting with Putin like 2-3 times a week, long phone calls with Putin, with Zelensky, with everyone involved, fighting to try to come to some kind of peace and de-escalation. And it failed, but he is probably one of the world leaders outside of Russia who has spent the most time talking with Putin in the past month. And I think that's what they were referring to. Just the fact that he spent so much time talking with Putin about Ukraine in this last month. And apparently, well, and clearly he still is trying, which I personally I have a lot of respect for him. I'm not a big fan of Macron when it comes to domestic politics in France. But what he's doing for foreign policy in this affair, I think he's been pretty on point. I like what he's been doing. Yeah, the fire seems to have spread compared to the tweet we saw earlier. But I obviously we don't know what those buildings are. What this means for the power plant. Hopefully we can perhaps assume that those buildings are like offices and aren't related to the actual nuclear power plant, but yeah. So we do see some people here. You see a car's lights flashing. Those seem to be military vehicles. I think a couple of those are tanks. It won't be the main plant, the new ones are way underground. It's probably not a new plant, though. It's very unlikely to be a new plant, considering how old Ukraine's infrastructure can be. It could be a Soviet-era plant, is what I'm saying. Not great, not terrible. Yeah, not great, not terrible. I hope as well, yeah. Well, Russia blows up another nuke plant. Fuck, man. I really hope that's not what we're seeing here. Alright, let's see. So this is the... what's the name of the city again? It was Zaporizhzhia. Right. Let's look up the info. Zaporizhzhia... Nuclear power plant. Let's look up the info on it. Hi, do you also agree that Zelensky is a clown and also a big liar? No. I disagree. So the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station in Enerhodar, Ukraine, is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe and among the top 10 largest in the world. It has 6 reactors. PWR reactors. Okay, I was just curious. Okay. A pressurized water reactor is a type of light water nuclear reactor. They constitute the large majority of the world's nuclear power plants. Okay, so it's like a conventional one, yeah. With the cooling towers and all that shit. Holy fuck, that output. Yeah, it's a lot of energy. What do you mean? It's nuclear power. It's the biggest one in Europe, yes. This is literally the biggest power plant in Europe that we're looking at, and that's on fire. Bombing a pressurized bomb? What are you saying? So in 2017, modernization work was completed on Unit 3, extending shelf life to 2027, etc., etc. '22 invasion of Ukraine. On 28th February 2022, during the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russia claimed to have captured the plant as well as Enerhodar. The mayor of Enerhodar, Dmitry Orlov, later denied this claim. On 4th March 2022, Russian forces attempted to take control of the power plant. That is today. Orlov later announced on Telegram that some of the buildings located in the nuclear power plant are burning due to artillery strikes carried out by Russian forces, which was corroborated by other news reports and CCTV footage. God damn it, man. The one fucking thing you shouldn't be... doing artillery strikes on. How fucking stupid are the soldiers attacking Zaporizhzhia? Like what goes through your fucking brain when you're like, yeah, let's artillery strike a nuclear power plant, guys? What's gonna go wrong? Drop a nuke to blow out the fire. Yeah, that could work. I'm pretty sure they're doing it on purpose. What are they gonna accomplish by doing this on purpose? I don't get it. They're not accomplishing anything by doing that. I don't care what happens to Ukraine, because Ukrainians and Ukrainian president especially didn't care about what happened and is still happening to my brothers in Palestine. Sag. I think that's a bit of a sad perspective, but I can understand you being mad at the fact that they are getting support and not the Palestinians. I understand that. And I also feel sad for innocents caught in the middle of a fight of politicians, though, for sure. Definitely a lot of unnecessary suffering happening right now. Killing the electricity, escalating the situation, anything really to demoralize Ukrainian people. Yeah, but they still want to this would mean completely okay. So the problem I have with that, Space Bob, is this would mean completely abandoning the idea of keeping Ukrainian infrastructure alive, which has been part of the Russian plan. And the problem I have with that theory is that you would do it step by step, like escalating, which is what we've seen. Like
I could
first
masturbate, and I could be in pain and
thanks for the follow.
like breathing,
could do anything.
like spitting my lungs out.
Like first off, we saw precision strikes and power drop troops trying to achieve strategic objectives really fast. That failed. Then we saw escalation into striking civilian targets. It's still ongoing. I feel like artillery striking a nuclear power plant is like skipping 5 steps and already being at like, we're going to destroy the whole country. Which is why it's hard for me to buy it being intentional. I could be naive though. Russia has those thermobaric missiles. They suck up oxygen and can starve the fire. Well, sadly, that's not how they work. They would make it worse, right? Destroying infrastructure doesn't make sense if the goal is annexing. Yeah, and I don't think the goal is annexing. I think the goal is pretty clearly decapitating the government and replacing it with a government that's favorable to Russia. But that still doesn't make sense, destroying the infrastructure like this. Absolutely. I've never seen a nuclear power plant or a coal power plant. Is it obvious to tell them apart?
My advanced intelligence
oh, thanks for the follow, Ghost
like an
82K.
octopus to suffocate and pull apart my enemy's arguments.
Because considering soldiers have bad communication with Central Command, maybe they don't know it's a nuclear plant. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking this is obviously a mistake. That said, you normally can recognize power plants because they have... wait, no, sorry. One thing that's very characteristic for nuclear power plants is this kind of cooling tower and the separate silos. This is very characteristic of a nuclear power plant. The shape of the cooling tower and the silos for each reactor. But maybe they're not educated on that. I don't know. Not to mention that the plant would also fuck their troops, their invasion plans, and Crimean region. Yeah, it makes no fucking sense. Quick derail, what if those flashing car lights are a distress signal? I don't think so. Considering most of them don't know where they are or why they are there, why would they know what they're firing at or why? Yeah, maybe. Like, maybe that's why we're looking at this happening. There's a good video that explains why Ukraine is an important military strategic position in case a war starts between NATO and Russia in the future. Yeah, it is. I don't think it's realistic to expect. Click on blank space blank's link. Oh. Russian soldiers have breached the main building of the Zaporizhzhia nuke plant in Ukraine. Active firefight is going on inside a facility that is already on fire and controls 6 reactors. Firefighters unable to fight the fire because they are in the middle of a combat zone. Fuck, that's what we're seeing. This is the light we're seeing here. They're literally firing. They're literally fighting while the power plant is fucking on fire. I'm losing all faith in humanity. I'm actually losing all faith in humanity looking at this happen. Total insanity. Those are tracer rounds? I agree with you, Ghost. Those are their objectives. I 100% agree with you, Ghost 82K. Hey, Terrorize, thanks for dropping by. Obviously, they want to capture the plant. I know. I still don't believe that they want to destroy the plant. They have to be trying to capture the plant, but they're obviously fucking it up. This is some straight Call of Duty shit. Putin is a Call of Duty villain. Yeah. Rockets going up, the fucking bullets zipping by, yeah. I guess you have a fair point, though I still find it hard to believe that it's accidental. It requires minimal military preparation to figure out that it's a nuclear plant. I agree. This is blowing my mind. Gunfire inside a nuclear power plant, yes. I hope you know that our nuke plant cannot be destroyed by tanks, planes. I hope the securities in there are rock solid, yeah. I really hope the safety like the safety measures in the nuclear power plant are rock solid. It's not fighting, it's the light flash that looks like gunfire. You sure? Could be. You're right. I guess it could be sirens. But I thought we saw some like tracers flying around though. The pattern on the light repeats. Well, that is true. Let's look at it closely. Like, if those are the firefighter vehicles, and those are just like lights and sirens, move the fucking tanks. Let them get to the fire. No, that is certainly actual gunfire and rockets being exchanged. You can see it. There are lights flashing from cars in the parking lot from explosions. Yeah, man, I don't know. And this is exactly why the US should have gone in ASAP. This could be devastating. Well, we already discussed why that's not a possibility. The US cannot go in because the US going in means World War III. And an escalation to potential nuclear annihilation. Ukraine foreign minister. Russian army is firing from all sides upon Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in Europe. Fire has already broken out. If it blows up, it'll be 10 times larger than Chernobyl, yeah. A lot of the info on social media and television is fake, by the way. Yeah, we know. My fear is that the longer this war goes on, the more Putin will be going off the rational path. Destroying the nuclear plant might then be out of desperation or scorched earth policy. But it's too soon for that. I could see that happening too, but it's too fucking soon for that. I literally saw a tracer around. I definitely just saw a tracer around. Yeah, I'm spending too much time reading chat to actually pay attention, but... Yeah, it probably won't have a meltdown, but still... This is from that live feed earlier. Yeah, you can see tracers. Those are clearly tracers. And a fucking explosion. Jesus Christ. Is the firefight dying down? Maybe. I hope so. Listening to you is much easier than /poll. Kick W. Why would you be getting your news from /poll? So we should let Putin fuck around and rest of the world be his bitch. Nuclear bomb, blah, blah, blah. Yes. If that's how you want to look at it, yes. But that's not what I'm advocating for. What I'm advocating for is actually setting up... Look, Putin cannot fuck around with NATO. For the same reason NATO cannot fuck around with Russia inside... Jesus Christ. Inside Ukraine. What are we looking at here? Is it just the light flashing straight at the camera? I think it's just the light flashing straight at the camera. I'm gonna hit the strip club before I die from World War 3. maybe I should do the same. Maybe I should go hit up the strip club. This is fucking insanity, yeah. This is shocking. I still don't think this is part of the plan, but if you send your army into a country with 15 power plants, including the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, and your army is not clearly, does not have clear and concise orders on how to behave around nuclear power plants, it's on you. You fucked up. You're fucking stupid. If you don't give clear orders and directives to prevent this happening. There's not going to be a meltdown. Probably not. Hopefully not, and probably not. But it should not even be this close. This shouldn't be fucking happening. Do that, I'm gonna hit the start and hire a hot escort before I die. Because I cannot use money after I'm dead, yeah. No, Neyman will have a meltdown before that reactor. I am having a brain meltdown watching this. Yeah, it's the reckless abandon of attacking the nuclear power plant. It's fucking insane. Yeah, Jake, we saw the firefighters being turned around, basically. If this becomes a nuclear disaster, this would be pretext for NATO to jump in. Nuclear meltdowns can affect the rest of Europe. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, a meltdown is when the fission reaction... No, this is not Chernobyl. This is Zaporizhzhia. This is the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine. It's near... Well, it's near Zaporizhzhia. Around here. Where is it exactly? We looked up the Wikipedia page of it. In Enerhodar, on the banks of the Kakova Reservoir. If you look up on the map, then it's here. It's exactly here. Enerhodar. It's exactly here. Basically in the yeah, a bit north of Crimea. Every army is trained and know how to handle power plants, etc. You have way too much confidence about that. It feels DK, man. You think the people, like elite troops maybe, but random conscripts, they don't fucking know what they're doing. Yeah, when the chain reaction gets too much, the uranium rod gets too hot, and yeah, just it melts the stuff around it. Makes the containment unit explode, exactly. Totally take this with a grain of salt, because we have no way to know if the person running this livestream is a legitimate source of information. But he's saying that some of the reactors inside the plant have been shut down, but others are still running. This seems like some sort of independent news agency person, so I don't know. Okay. Russian army trained, lol. They do have elite units who might have actual training, like Feels DK Man is talking about. But, yeah. Can you spell the name of this nuclear power plant? Sure. Zaporizhzhia. I'll just link you the Wikipedia page for the power plant if you want to look up the information. Oh yeah, thank you, Gatorbaz. Destra delano, onna esterico, estran esp... I don't know what you're saying, Avenging Pineapple. They have control rods that they can put in to absorb fissions. Yes, but if the run-out reaction gets too powerful, the control rods won't stop it anymore. I'll mention Russia's objectives earlier. I also don't believe that is their end state. Either they have bigger things planned than just Ukraine, And this point is an at-all-cost type of situation, just my opinion. So I disagree with that. I do think... I do think that... I do think that Russia is not at all ready to go to war with NATO. That would be a complete other ball game. Breaking: Ukraine's energy ministry claims firefighters have been fired at while trying to put out fire at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. That's what we've seen. Yeah, those lights were the firefighters, and we saw them get shot at. Those guys got way too high expectations for the military. Even with the US military, I would not expect the average boot to have that much brain, especially when fighting breaks out. Yeah. You can speak Polish? That's why you can tell those hard names? Yes. Ja mówię po polsku. Nauczyłem się polski od moich rodziców. Do you like name on his shirt? What? Hey, Online Spirit, how are you doing? NATO will not interfere, otherwise it's end of civilization. Yep, that's probably the only thing I've agreed with you until now. Feels DK, man. Bardzo dobrze, no. Ty rozumiesz mnie, super. The word nuclear scared people. It's just a power station, which is an obvious strategic location. Yes, and yes, but also it's justifiable to be scared of fighting going bad in a nuclear power station. Yeah, I agree, but you don't think they are successful. If they are successful in Ukraine, they won't target other former Soviet bloc countries as well. Not the ones that are NATO, like Moldova, sure. In fact, Lukashenko leaked the invasion plans for Moldova. The plan Lukashenko leaked showed that once the Russian army has taken Odessa, they plan to go to Transnistria, and they might fight in Moldova because Moldova has no military alliances. However, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Poland, no way. Russia cannot touch those countries. How long do car alarms go for? I don't know. Okay, so we're agreed, Ghost, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are units that would have some understanding, right? Like some engineers or something, but it's not like the average infantryman gets a rundown of how to operate a nuclear plant. Yeah, the only military that I can think of off the top of my head that actually has like training on running a nuclear plant is nuclear submarine operators. So I saw that the Western media highlighted Moldova in red, wasn't in the originals. I watched the video. It's are you claiming it's faked? It's not. It's not. It's there on the video I saw. Like not a screenshot, like an actual video. At least the fire seems to have died out. Well, died out. Not really. It's inside the building, actually. Never mind. Scrap that. We can see it burning through the windows here. Russia, while it probably wouldn't attack Baltic states, I wouldn't put it past them to try to probe an attack to see what response NATO will provide. I doubt it, but maybe. Yeah, I have no way of knowing. No, I was just looking because earlier we saw a big blaze. What I was referring to, so earlier we saw a big blaze around here, and now it seems to be picking back up. Yeah, like actually the interior of this building is on fire. Actually, I was wrong. Been watching John Mearsheimer takes on Ukraine crisis since 2014. Very wise man who gets zero airtime. I don't entirely agree with his take, but I do believe that a lot of what he said is correct. Where I personally disagree with Mearsheimer is, or rather, where I personally agree with Mearsheimer is that it's obvious that the ideology of Russian foreign policy is realism. That is obvious. The Russian leaders, whether it's Putin or Medvedev, they have consistently acted within coherently within a realist mindset. That, however, does not mean that NATO or Western countries should use the same interpretation of relationships. Is France really going to nuke the Russians over Finland? I think Putin could take it with no more consequences. No. Finland has a literal military pact with France, Germany, and the UK. I'm not saying France is going to nuke Russia if troops show up on the Finnish border, but at the very least, you're going to have a huge escalation, and we're going to be at the brink of nuclear war, because the French army is going to have to be deployed in Finland, and the British army, and the German army, and a bunch of other European armies. Finland has allies, unlike Ukraine, and Russia knows it. So this is certainly going to escalate things. I don't know. I don't know if this necessarily escalates things, at least from our perspective. It doesn't justify any Western intervention. No one has tested that pact, and no, I'm talking about a separate pact, not an EU pact. The UK has signed a pact. The fuck? What happened with the camera? The UK has signed a pact with both Sweden and Finland, separately from the EU. Same for France and same for Germany. This is not a test of the EU Article 42.7 of the Lisbon Treaty. This is an actual explicit military cooperation pact, like defense pact. I really don't want the Russians to get nuclear reactors. It's like giving a monkey and They already have nuclear reactors. What are you talking about? Russia is a nuclear-powered country. Russians saw the cam again and turned it away. Possible. Honestly, possible. Possible that soldiers turned the cam away. Correct me if I'm wrong, but EU members have an obligation to protect other EU members if they get invaded, right? It's yes, but it's not as strong as NATO Article 5. Yeah, it's like the highway cams we saw, yeah. So Article 5 explicitly talks about military intervention in if a NATO member has its borders threatened. Article 42.7 of the Lisbon Treaty talks about aiding any European state that is threatened by all means necessary, but it doesn't explicitly mention military intervention, and it has an exception called the Irish exception, which is that a country is not required to threaten to compromise its own security or its own diplomacy to aid another European country. And it is the existence of those extra clauses that are very, very scary for Article 42.7 as a deterrence. Make it kind of weaker. You seem to be very knowledgeable. Is that your hobby? At this point, it's rather a hobby. I really like streaming, and I really like following politics and understanding them. And as such, obviously, as someone who lives in Europe, I live in France. I feel very concerned about what's been happening. So I've been wanting to follow it in detail. So I've been doing that for the past week. And since I've been doing basically like hours and hours of research on the subject every day, I'm starting to be like moderately knowledgeable. There's better experts than me, but honestly, on Twitch, I feel confident. I know more than a lot of other random streamers. Putin clearly stated whoever interferes will... yeah. Why are you saying this is not going to escalate things? If this radiation leaks to go to other countries, how is it not going to escalate things? Like, first off, there's no radiation leak yet, hopefully. However, However, UK-Finland Defense Cooperation Agreement contains no legal obligations to provide military assistance to another country in a crisis situation. Okay, I wasn't aware of that. Anyways. Yeah, the Irish and their neutrality again. Yeah. It's not just the Irish that are going to block Article 42.7. This user is delusional. Fuck, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, this is not going to escalate things because on worst case scenario, we have a nuclear power plant melting down. That is still better than World War III. It's a horrible calculation to make, but that is the calculation that NATO generals are going to be looking at. Do we intervene in Ukraine and we're declare World War III with Russia? Or do we risk a nuclear power plant melting down? Cam shut off. It's still active. Or is it? Oh, no, yeah, it shut off. Yeah, I think you're right. Right, let me refresh. We need to interfere. It's a tough situation, man. This is not, yeah, the nuclear cam is dead. Hopefully that doesn't mean anything bad. Yeah, interfere and we all die is the risk. Absolutely. I've talked about time and time again. The power of NATO and Article 5 is that it's a deterrent. It's a defensive treaty. And sadly, Ukraine has no defensive alliances. It just doesn't have any. Anyone who's able, well, yeah, anyone who's able, I agree with, but there are not many people who can intervene in this situation. We can do it personally. We can. Hey, GXWC. We're looking at a Ukrainian power plant being on fire. Like, if you really want, if we really want to help, we actually can help. We can donate to NGOs to help refugees. We can donate to NGOs to help the civilians on the ground. If you really are partisan and pro-Ukrainian, you can donate to the Ukrainian army or the Ukrainian government. You can go yourself to, say, like Romania or Poland and help the refugees. The organizations that need manpower, and if you're really partisan, you can even go and sign up to the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. But those are individual decisions. We can donate to Neyman to buy Ukraine another Turkish drone. Yeah. NATO promised Russia to not expand further east, and they didn't keep that promise. That's why Putin took the first step this time. It's more complicated than that. And it would have been too late if we waited any longer and Ukraine joined NATO. Yes, if Ukraine joined NATO, Putin would not have been able to attack Ukraine. But honestly, that would have been a great scenario. Because then Ukrainians wouldn't be at war. They would have their democracy be safe. And guess what? Russia would not be under threat. NATO is not an anti-Russian alliance. You've seen Russian soldiers crying? Maybe. I saw videos like that. Cam is back? What? So, why? Someone's like turning the camera. What's going on? Yeah, so what we're watching right now is at Zaporizhzhia. Let me put this to the side here. Or near Zaporizhzhia, at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant in Enerhodar, there has been a fight between Russian and Ukrainian troops that has caused a fire inside the nuclear power plant. So we've been keeping track of what's going on with that. Does anyone else 100,000% promised Russia? NATO promised Russia it won't expand. It's all NATO fault. Yeah. Ukrainian TV is reporting that a reactor is on fire at Zaporizhzhia, but that it is not currently operating. But it does have nuclear fuel inside. Fuck! Look at that fire. No, I think this is the a lot of what we're seeing here is the light. Is it? But this could be the fire. Yeah. Allegedly unconfirmed that Ukrainian forces there are retreating / surrendered. Good. I'm pro-Ukrainian, but if this is what's happening, this is not the time to be fighting. Look one below. They're already showing radiation levels. What are you talking about, Kino? Keep in mind this reactor provides 25% of Ukraine's power. Yeah, it's the biggest power plant in Europe. It's insane. Oh, right in front of you? What? Oh. Elevated radiation levels are being detected. But there's no independent confirmation of this. Shit. That sucks. Yeah, I saw the tweet. Jesus Christ. And here I was saying I'm not going to pay attention to anything that is going to increase my anxiety death spiral about nuclear apocalypse. Yeah, you're watching the wrong thing for that. I'm sorry. I was avoiding your stream because of that. Yeah, I can imagine. But once this plant stuff started, I felt compelled. When did NATO promise not to expand east? So basically, after the fall of the USSR, I can link you an interesting article on the subject. It's not like treaties were actually signed or anything. Spiegel, NATO eastward expansion. This is the article. If you want to see the history of the like promises or not promises. So there is no lack of accounts from a variety of witnesses to the various discussions between the West and Moscow following the fall of the Berlin Wall. But the recollections of those involved aren't always consistent. Roland Dumas, who served as French foreign minister in 1990, would later say that a pledge was made that NATO troops would not advance closer to the territory of the former Soviet Union. But the US Secretary of State at the time, James Baker, has denied any such promise was ever made. Jack Matlock, the US ambassador to Moscow, has said that categorical assurances were given to the Soviet Union. The versions of the talk provided by Mikhail Gorbachev are particularly confusing. On one occasion, he said that Helmut Kohl and the Americans had promised him NATO will not move 1 centimeter further east, but in another instance he said that the topic of NATO expansion was never discussed. Yet he nevertheless insisted that the West had violated the spirit of the agreements reached at the time. If you want to, we read it on stream already, so I'm not going to read like the entire article, but I've linked it in Twitch chat if you want to learn about the history of the history of this whole like NATO eastward expansion thing. Yeah, it's a really good read. If you want to understand why politicians like Lavrov and Putin are talking about it, this is a really good read. I would say the only thing that's missing from this read is analysis of the 1990 demand by Gorbachev to join NATO, and the 2000 demand by Putin to join NATO. Keep in mind, the 1990 Gorbachev demand is documented, but the 2000 demand by Putin, allegedly Putin talked with Bill Clinton and mentioned joining NATO. However, Putin is the only person who's saying that. We have no like proof outside of Putin's word on that. So that one, I understand if you're skeptical of it, but there are those two additional instances to keep in mind to try to understand the relationship between NATO and Russia. And I know if the link I sent is true, half of TikTok. Yeah, I'm sorry, Jakes WC. I don't particularly want to look at soldiers, like people crying. So I'm not gonna like go there. International Cat Federation bans Russian felines from competitions. RIP. Damn, I'm getting. Oh. Second Ukraine official just now says reactor was hit and is inactive with fuel inside, but that it's the administrative building which is on fire. He had received no information about elevated radiation levels. Says meltdown unlikely, but leak is possible. No other verified info available. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Why does that make a lot of sense? Because this is dumb, but. Like look at the image of the reactors. This big rig building is the actual reactor cores. Those side buildings will be the other stuff, the like admin buildings and all that shit. So the fire that's here, it definitely looks like it's just offices on fire. That being said, fuel leaking is kind of scary too. At the end of the day, politicians will be politicians. They don't give a damn about human rights, whether it be Russians or US or EU. They only fight for power, and it's the people who pay the price. Sadly, that often happens. I still believe in I believe that there are good people out there, okay? And I do believe that there can be such a thing as a good politician. But also you have to keep in mind that politicians have to make very difficult choices. Even good people put in front of difficult choices will end up doing things that seem evil. Apparently the camera is at, I'm not going to read the coordinates, so I guess that building on the right is the admin building. Okay. That is good news, yeah. If that's true, then that confirms what Marco Rubio just tweeted. I'm going to play some music, if you don't mind. Mines. There's a saying that says power corrupts the best of us, so even if there is some good politicians, the real question is how long are they going to stay real? Yeah, I know that saying. Play Man Who Sold the World. Yeah, that could be appropriate. Thanks, comrade, for providing coordinates for the artillery team. Oh no. Yeah, I don't think the nuclear power plant needs more artillery strikes. That's for sure. If what Sosa was saying that the Ukrainian soldiers surrendered is true, then hopefully there is no more fighting going on and things can calm down. The scary thing though as well is this is just one of 15 nuclear power plants in Ukraine. This might not be the first time we're looking at this kind of situation. And the last time, sorry. This might not be the last time we're looking at this kind of situation in the war. In today's world, operational security is shot. What do you mean by that? Is this Marco Rubio, the US politician? Oh yeah, US Senator for Florida. It is him. You have a phone? Yeah. Oh yeah, you mean that I can be tracked by my phone? Yeah, yeah. Oh, you were saying that in reference to the camera's GPS coordinates. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, we saw that. Did you see yesterday? Yesterday, I was talking about. I was covering the Russian radio thing. The Russian army, for reasons we don't fully understand yet, has been using unencrypted shortwave radio communications to coordinate. So what we've seen is there are entire communities now in Ukraine and the world that are tracking the radio frequencies in Ukraine to try to listen in on the military communications. Even like jamming the communications by blasting music on the frequencies used by the Russian army. Stuff like that. It's like the polar opposite of proper operational security. They probably didn't want to give their expensive toys to the conscripts. Yeah, but still. I don't know. That is a really weird way of organizing your assault. I think Ukraine only has 4 power plants and 3 research reactors. Well, was I wrong about the 15 reactors? Damn it! I had read that. I had read about the 15 reactors elsewhere, but maybe I'm misremembering or I misread. Nuclear power in Ukraine. No, Ukraine operates 4 nuclear power plants. Oh, with 15 reactors. That's where the 15 comes from. 4 power plants, but with 15 reactors. That's where it came from. My bad. My bad. So they do have 15 reactors. At least I didn't make up that number. I mean, honestly, we have seen some stuff out of Ukraine that we didn't see in Iraq or Afghanistan just due to phones and social media itself. That is absolutely true, yeah. How many rounds can we at? We don't know. There's conflicting reports. There's conflicting reports on whether there is or isn't actual...
I could masturbate. And I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out.
Thanks to the follow, Ashley Babbitt. There's conflicting reports on whether there actually is nuclear or a rise in nuclear and radiation levels or not. There's also sort of contradictory information from officials in Ukraine. This is understandable given the fact that their country is being invaded and at war. An accurate damage assessment and determination about the danger of a leak, if any, will not be available for hours. IAEA is aware of reports of shelling at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, in contact with Ukrainian authorities about the situation. So Ukrainian officials had received no information about elevated radiation levels, but earlier Marco Rubio was tweeting Ukraine energy officials telling the media and US officials that elevated radiation levels are being detected. So it's kind of like, maybe yes, maybe no. Oh god, Ashley Babbitt is the woman who was killed invading the Capitol building. Oh. This year alone, 100 children died in Palestine, 2.5k in total in the last decade by Israeli hands. Okay. Yeah, it does seem like, if anything, the issue is about the stored fuel leaking radiation into the surroundings. So the worst case scenario of an actual meltdown seems unlikely. The reactor has been shut down. The fire is on an admin building. So at least we're not in like doomer territory here. I mean, we don't know because we can't see if they shelled the actual reactors or not. True. But that's the news we have. That's what we've got to work off of. It is what it is. Bro, I'm fucking scared. I don't think you need to be scared. Where do you live, Jack? Another deal. Iran nuclear deal near 26 minutes ago, the plans say. That's really positive. I was talking about it earlier. Getting a new Iranian nuclear deal is really important, especially in light of the Ukrainian invasion. I think this is the West's best chance to at least keep Iran neutral, if not potentially even an ally. So I think it's really important to even before this situation, I would have argued it's really important because I think it's an important step towards peace in the Middle East. To get Iran on board with international cooperation in a field as important as civil nuclear power. That being said, yeah, I think it's also of strategic interest at this point to see Iran not turn to become like a full-on Russian ally, and nuclear power is an Iranian nuclear deal is one way to go about it. You're in Chicago, then you're not in danger at all. Blowout soon, fellow stalker. Oh, really? When? Now. Oh, no. You're not in danger, buddy, okay? You'll be fine. Oh, no. Destiny's gonna debate Haas about Russia. Oh, shit. I opened up Twitch on my other screen. If anyone hasn't been following like the random fucking political Twitch streamers, Haas is a full-on tanky, like 100% tanky, just fucking blasting the Russian propaganda talking points. Haas is just blasting the Russian propaganda talking points, and Iran acquiring nukes would prompt Saudis to get nukes. No. The Iran nuclear deal is about civilian nuclear power. It has nothing to do with acquiring nukes. In fact, it's about exchanging. Its worse is going to be Haas and Jackson. I don't know who Jackson is though. It's going to be about a civilian nuclear power and guarantees and allowing inspections to make sure that it stays civilian. It's the best of both worlds. The Iranians get nuclear power and get better electrical infrastructure and technologies, and we get better cooperation with them and stronger commitments to not build nukes. That's what the Iran deal always was about. Compromise on both ends for the betterment of everyone involved. Escape from Kiev, new DLC for Tarkov. Oh no. Okay. It's about 2:30 a.m. here. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow around like 6-7 p.m. GMT +1. I have some non-Ukraine stuff planned. Gonna do a panel talking about kinks and in relationships and like sex stuff. Gonna go over like Ukraine news, but I think I'll try to squeeze in also some like some Elden Ring. I'm a gamer. I need to play my video games. So what I'm gonna do, I've been wanting to send you off to my friend Jay Chow Live, who's another big political streamer. I don't know what he's doing right now, but I've been wanting to send him a big raid for a while now. So I'm gonna do that. I hope you enjoy his content. I hope y'all stay safe, especially if you're anywhere near what's happening right now. I love you all. Thanks so much for showing up, for watching, for encouraging me. Oh fuck, he's playing Monopoly. Jesus Christ. Okay, that's not politics. Okay, get him to talk about politics, okay? Or something. I don't know. Have fun. Bye-bye. Also, go follow him. He does he does political analysis. He's like actually studied politics and stuff. There you go. Bye-bye.